In a minute, but I just wanted to make sure everyone. All right, so we have Kim is ready in the booth for BevCam, and we have Eric Barber, our city engineer, is here. Thank you. And also Commissioner Collins, Department of Public Services. So why don't we go ahead and call this to order, and then we'll have a more official start. All right, so call to order this special meeting of the Beverly City Council, Monday, May 16th, 6 o'clock p.m. Ms. Kent, would you please call the roll?
Owen? Here. Crowley?
Here.
Feldman? Houseman? Rand?
Here.
Rotundo?
Here.
St. Hilaire?
Here.
Sweeney?
Here.
And Flowers.
I am here. In the absence of Councilor Houseman at the moment, Councilor Rotundo, could I impose on you as Vice President to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Vice President Rotundo. Very well done. So the purpose of our meeting here tonight, which is a special meeting before our regular meeting that will begin at 7 p.m., is to hear, essentially the entire time will be given over to a presentation from Eric Barber from City Engineering, as I mentioned. And this is a presentation about stormwater and stormwater management. And I won't say much more than that because I'm really not the expert and I want to hear from Eric. I do want to acknowledge that also in the room with us, we do have some of the neighbors from our Jordan Street neighborhood in Ward 3 who are also at our Public Services meeting, which Councilor Feldman convened with Public Services Committee. And so I want to say thank you to all of you for coming out and being with us again. And also, I want to thank Steve from Cummings Center for being with us as well, and thank all the other residents and neighbors who are here in the room. Also a neighbor from Victor Street, thank you for being back with us. Also, Representative Paracella and State Senator Joan Lovely have representatives in the room with us as well. Thank you for joining us. Our Constituent Services Director for the city, Ronnie Jacobson, is here. Thank you, Ms. Jacobson. And also Assistant Solicitor Beth Oldmixon is here. So I think that pretty much sums up who's here, the who's who of the room. Mr. Barber, I'll invite you to come forward and begin the presentation as you're ready.
Thank you very much. So again, I'm Eric Barber, City Engineer for the City of Beverly. Thank you very much, council members. I appreciate it, and I'm really looking forward to this opportunity. You know, when the City Council came to me and asked me to put on a presentation about stormwater, I have a little bit of a deficiency as an engineer. My brain goes in a million different directions and says, how can I bring this information to you in an effective manner? What can I do to present this in a way that's going to have an impact for everybody in the room? Now, first and foremost, if I was coming here tonight to say, with stormwater challenges across the city, do I have all of the answers? I'm going to premise this entire thing by saying absolutely not. Each and every stormwater challenge we face here in the city is unique. You have some areas that have similar challenges, you have other areas that have similar challenges, but stormwater management is extremely, extremely complex. So let me ask you, everybody in this room's here to talk about stormwater. That's why you're here, right? Just a quick show of hands. Is there anybody that's not? Okay, so first and foremost, okay, if I was to come here and say, hey, you know what? With these challenges, they're really expensive, they're very political, and there's a lot of environmental aspects that we need to go through. It's going to take a while. If I was to come here tonight and say, hey, you know what, I'm not going to do anything for you until we have the final solution ready for you, would that be an acceptable answer? Probably not, right? Because you've all been living with these issues for a long time, and you're trying to come up with solutions. So what I'm coming with tonight, and again, deficiency as an engineer says I got to take a quick step back here and just lay some base and some foundation. For me and with this group, this is T equals 0, okay? This is the beginning for me. Yes, I've been involved in this a long time. You've all been involved with this a long time. But guess what? We're all here together tonight for the first time with this group, and we're actually pretty lucky because we have a lot of incredible people here that really care, and they've done some really incredible things to try to get things on the track. So the goal tonight is to create a baseline, okay? It's to sort of give all of us a little bit more perspective as a group. I need some of your feedback. It's really important here. And this message that we're delivering tonight is part of an educational piece that I really need at the heart of this program to help me gain some of the successes we're going to have to actually solve your challenges. So I'm asking this as a favor, take it as you wish, but I know you came here with really important questions and really important objectives and agendas for your own needs. We are tracking your questions, okay? We have them all here, and they're all extremely important, and it's our goal to answer each and every one of these. So if you have specific questions for your own sort of personal issues and your own personal situations, please provide the questions. Submit them to Ronnie. Let's do it formally so that we can track them and we can answer them appropriately. What I'm asking you tonight, because this presentation and the way I'm trying to run our stormwater management program really relies on this feedback, absorb the presentation if you can. Take the information from the presentation that we're giving to you. Give me feedback on the presentation because I need this presentation to be an effective tool. I need to know that I'm giving you the right information the right way so that you understand it, so that collaboratively as a group, we can actually communicate effectively, build some language, create an understanding to allow us to formalize our process to get information out to you, to compartmentalize the different aspects and come up with solutions. So tonight, really, if you could help me, I'm asking for the help, give me feedback on the presentation materials, and then take your actual questions for your own personal flooding problems and submit them to Ronnie. And if you can do that, you're helping me get this moving in a really positive direction. It does mean a lot. So again, I'm gonna turn it over to the presentation. I developed what I thought was going to be an effective tool. Remember, in my stormwater management program, there are many, many aspects. I need to kind of get more than one bird with the same stone. So what you're seeing tonight is going to be an effective tool for me moving forward in many aspects of this stormwater management program. And so it was 1 hour and 7 minutes long. We have a hard stop at 7 o'clock. So this is going to be a 2-part series. I'm going to run the video to about 40 minutes and we're going to stop. And that should give you enough time to give me some feedback and start to develop a little dialogue because that is equally important here. We're going to do another follow-up meeting in a couple of weeks. We're going to present the second half and we're going to do it again and hopefully have a little bit more time to open up a better line of communication. So that's the intent on what I'm trying to do tonight. I appreciate it. And with that, we'll turn it over to the video.
As someone who's worked in public works for the bulk of his career, someone who's worked on public utility projects, and somebody who's been involved in public services, there's something that I can say I've come to definitely understand. Public works services and utilities are best delivered when it happens uneventfully. People want to go about living their lives and taking services for granted. The services are delivered without any intrusion into their lives. Their trash is picked up, clean water is delivered to their homes, they can run their sinks and flush their toilets and have no worries at all because what they've come to expect within their own homes happens without question. But one of the most challenging aspects to manage as an engineer and as a public works professional is stormwater, because you're at the mercy of nature. Issues that arise from stormwater can be extremely problematic because it invades your homes, it can devalue your property, it can interrupt your lives. Furthermore, it can create risk from liability to environmental, political, and even financial risk. It is paramount that we come up with creative solutions to address the stormwater problems that we face today and to mitigate those into the future. I'm your host, Eric Barber, City Engineer for the City of Beverly, Massachusetts. This video has been put together to bring you behind the scenes, to shed some of the light on the stormwater management practices we bring here in the City of Beverly. I think by the end of this video, you're going to clearly see that stormwater issues are very complicated. There's a lot of things going on behind the scenes and maybe a lot more than you might be aware of. And if there's any one thing that I know you're gonna see by the end of this video, stormwater management is everybody's responsibility.
So I think the two important things I've learned over the years is that, first off, Mother Nature has a memory.
She always remembers where she wants to be. You know, case in point here, this park that we're in is part of our key part of our flood storage program. And this used to be a pond, like a lot of parks in New England and a lot of parks in the United States. It used to be a pond, it used to be a wetland. So in a heavy rain, the area floods. It's pretty hard for us to stop that. The other thing is that working for a municipality that I've learned is that very few problems are new problems for us. And if you turn around, you look at the bookshelf behind you, there's going to be a report that details exactly the problem you're facing and how to fix it, which was the case with us here in this city. The reason that the city had these reports on the shelf was because of over the decades and over the millennia, people solved their individual problems that allowed them to build their building, their subdivision, their road. Right up the street, there's a road here where they actually moved the brook. And in a large storm, again, Mother Nature has a memory, the brook follows the path that it used to, right through the yards, right through the houses, back where it wants to be, because it's really hard to change the course of nature. So, since the beginning of time, everyone has solved their individual problem, looked out for their self-interest. And what we are faced with when we got involved is trying to tie all those disparate systems together with a comprehensive approach that addresses stormwater right from the source all the way to the ocean. In our case, that's where we're a coastal community, so everything's going to end up, water flows down, it's going to get to the ocean. So we had to step back and look at things comprehensively and try to tie all of these little systems together. This park to the stream upstream of here, to the wetlands up beyond that, and try to get those systems to work together as one cohesive system without sacrificing any point along the way. It's very difficult to do in an already developed community. It would be great if we could rewind and go back a couple of hundred years and people wouldn't have built so close to the wetlands and so close to the margins. But here it is. This is what we have, this is what we're faced with, is really trying to unring that bell and try to tie all these areas together and have them work as a complete system. And that's really just addressing the quantity of stormwater. The challenge that we've recognized in more recent decades is also addressing the quality of the stormwater. We've come a long way with stormwater quality, and we have a long way to go.
The city understands the importance of managing stormwater quality as well as stormwater quantity. When it comes to inland flooding, that is a great challenge. Working around the tight neighborhoods and developments, it is something that the city's been working at tirelessly for about a half a century. Capital improvement projects are extremely important. They're a massive part of a stormwater management program. Comprehensive repairs and managing large watershed areas is extremely beneficial, but at the same time extremely expensive and extremely challenging. Capital improvement projects is something that the city has spent millions upon millions of dollars on across almost every major watershed within the city limits.
Back in the 1970s, C.D.M. Smith did a report, a facilities plan, planning drainage facilities, a lot of large pipe designs for the city of Beverly. And back in the 70s, the solution to stormwater flooding was the large pipe design. That was done in a lot of places, and you can see it on the beaches in the city of Beverly with large diameter pipes. Then in the 90s, things changed where a more natural design using open channels, open basins, and nature to reduce flooding in the neighborhoods. The overtime areas also were developing, so the runoff was also increasing. So, you know, all these things came together in the late 90s. The city took a lot of action and a large program for the city to reduce the flooding. And the solutions, a lot of them were this natural open channel type solutions, using large tracts of wetlands, which was unprecedented in the state. This generally wasn't allowed, but the DEP saw that it was a very good way to reduce flooding in areas of the city, to store and hold back floodwaters, putting low berms around them. And it caused a significant reduction in flooding throughout the watersheds.
When it comes to capital projects, stormwater management solutions, and engineering design, there are some extreme challenges that we face. Oftentimes it's how we manage the land, sometimes it's financial restrictions, and in other cases, limitations to what we can do through environmental permitting. Some of these restrictions force municipalities to think creatively and reevaluate their land that they do own in order to allow that land to flood in an effort to actually mitigate other areas that may be more sensitive.
There are certain areas of the city where areas like parks are actually used for flood storage on purpose. You see here this overflow structure, very clever bar rack structure that works kind of like a tide gate. If leaves or sticks get hung up on this bar rack, it floats like a tide gate and lets the floodwaters out. And those floodwaters can fill the park temporarily and then recede after the storm. This type of flood solution is being used now more. The city of Boston, with climate change and sea level rise, they're looking at their parks. In fact, I got a call saying, "You did this in the city of Beverly, didn't you?" So it's become an even more popular way of reducing flooding. So in 2003, about the same time when the city of Beverly was in the middle of their very large stormwater infrastructure design and construction phase, EPA gave the city what's called an MS4 permit. That's a municipal separate storm sewer system, 4 S's, permit that focused more on water quality than the water quantity that we've been focusing on for flooding. And there's 6 minimum control measures that the city has been working toward achieving. That permit was in 2003. It wasn't until 2016 they came up with another permit with increased requirements for this. One of them is that the city must go out and inspect the stormwater outfalls, sample during dry weather if there's any flow. There shouldn't be flow during dry weather unless it's a brook. And then during wet weather, also sampling. And then looking at each drainage system, going up the line and isolating where there might be what's called an illicit connection, which is a sanitary sewer connection to the drain. So if your house bathroom connection goes to the drain instead of the sewer, that's the kind of thing we're looking for, and the city is correcting those. And then another program that the city's just started working on is going up those stormwater drainage system lines to key manholes and checking if we see any of those connections or any flow during dry weather. It's a little more detailed analysis.
In the 1970s, their national law was passed, the Clean Water Act, and we really called attention to the condition of our waterways across the United States. It wasn't until 1990 that people in the Salem Sound region saw the water in the harbors were still really dirty, and they came together, citizens and the municipalities, to address the condition of water here in Salem Sound. We had volunteers that went and monitored what was flowing off the land out of outfall pipes and the streams like Lawrence Brook right here. Now we're at current day, and our water here in Salem Sound and Beverly Harbor and the Danvers River is so much better than it was 30 years ago. We still have improvements to make. And now what's actually more difficult to discover where the pollution, the non-point source pollution is coming from, because we've taken away all the things that were easy to find. So all our communities are under the MS4 permit, and we are monitoring the water that is flowing into the ocean. We are making changes in our stormwater management program so that we can reduce the amount of pollution. We also have another issue that's right in front of us, the climate crisis, which is increasing sea level rise, and we have more intense rainstorms, warming water, which makes for more algae and more bacteria to grow. So all these issues we also have to confront. And although we might not need changes for 30 to 50, maybe even 70 years, we really need to start planning now, because all this takes planning, permitting, and funding. So there are a lot of issues that need to be addressed for stormwater.
Right, so we have 3 contaminants that we test for with our personal kits. We have the chlorine test kits, the ammonia test kits, and the surfactants test kits. We use the sample from the dipper pole to take those samples. The sample that I just placed in the cooler will go to the lab at Alpha Laboratories. And then we have a YSI meter for the remaining contaminants that we test for. So we'll do that real quick, we'll get all our information, and we will input that into our application, which will be saved online for us to reference later on. So we're sampling out here to look for any sort of influence between the sewer system and the drainage system. That's one of the biggest things that we look for when we do our wet weather sampling. The wet weather sampling occurs in between March and June because the water table is at a favorable level in New England, specifically in the coastal area. So if if you have a drain pipe crossing over a sewer pipe, the water table will give us a better idea as to whether that sewer pipe is broken or influencing the drainage system, and in turn influencing the receiving water bodies. This pretty much will geolocate exactly where we are, and we can open up an inspection for the wet weather. And in that, we can note, what structure we took the sample from, the level, the amount of flow that we're seeing from that structure, and then any other visual things that we're seeing, if there's any sort of smell or discoloration that we're concerned about. And then at the end, we can input all of the information that we're gathering right now from doing our on-site sampling.
Both as engineers and as managers of utilities, we don't look at the stormwater system as a standalone system. We understand the importance of looking at all utilities as an interconnected system so that we understand the impacts of one system and how it might influence another.
I think what's interesting and specific to note about the city of Beverly is that the sanitary flow collected in Beverly all goes into one dedicated set of pipes. It's separated specifically for sanitary flow. In other municipalities in Massachusetts, both stormwater and sanitary flow both goes into one combined system. It's called a combined system, and then goes to the treatment plant. So in Beverly, it's a little different. And of course, it hasn't always been that way. Over the past 30, 40 years, the city has invested large amounts of capital investment on upgrading the system and bringing it from a partially combined system, where there are a variety of different stormwater aspects that were flowing into the sanitary system, and taking those out and redirecting them into the stormwater system to end up where we are right now, which is very, very significantly a separated system. Back in 2016-17, the city developed a citywide program of metering the flows across 30 different catchment areas of sanitary sewer within the entire city. It was part of a program required by Massachusetts DEP, and the city was fully compliant with it. The outcome of that was a master plan that the city is now implementing, which has prioritized each of those 30 sub-catchments across the city in terms of order of priority and where the investments need to be made. So the city now has a plan for the next 30, 40 years probably in terms of where the priorities are, and is gradually, one by one, picking off those areas and moving down that prioritization table to make sure that the money and the investments are spent in the right place in order to optimize the efficiency and functioning of the sanitary system.
Years ago, we had a big storm, and what happens when there's a big storm in the area is stormwater ends up in your sanitary sewer system. It's not what you want to have happen. You want the stormwater to go right out here into the beautiful ocean. But what happens is in Beverly, a lot of that water ends up in the sanitary sewer. And if you have stormwater in your sanitary sewer and you go to flush the toilet, bad things happen. What you want is for the sewer pipe in the road that carries the sanitary sewer, we want that to be empty so that when you flush the toilet, that water has somewhere to go. It goes into the sewer, it goes into the wastewater treatment plant, gets cleaned, purified, and then released clean water into the harbor. There's two particular ways that water gets into your sewer. One is called infiltration, and that's when you have pipes are installed 100 years ago, 50 years ago, 110 years ago. Little cracks form in the pipe, and over time those cracks get a little bit bigger, and groundwater leaches into the system. It's unintentional. It's a defect in the system. A pipe breaks, the manhole gets a crack, water leaks into the system. The second way is called inflow, and that happens when you have a catch basin that's directly connected to a sewer, or you have a roof drain for somebody's roof, goes directly into the sewers. But there's also sump pumps. A lot of people have groundwater that leaches into their basement. Kind of the same things. You have cracks in your basement, water comes in when that groundwater is high, and it's not uncommon for people to put a small sump pump in and pump that to the sanitary sewer. And we sympathize with people. Everybody wants a dry basement, but that water has to go into the storm drain. And so if you can't find a spot to spill it onto your backyard or grassy area, then it needs to be redirected to a storm drain, like the sanitary sewer. And so that's very important. It's a key element within the overall plan of Beverly to try to get those sump pumps out of the sanitary sewer system and into the storm drain. So that's generally very, very clean water. And we want that water to go into the harbor and not into the sanitary sewer system where it will overwhelm your system and prevent you from being able to flush your toilet during a big storm. The city has spent millions of dollars to improve the condition of the sewer, to keep that storm water out so that when large storms hit, people are still healthy in their homes. You can flush the toilet and that water goes away.
So now you have an understanding of how the city looks at multiple systems and how they are interrelated. Now moving forward, the city can't solve all of its problems with capital projects alone. There are many projects that fall outside of the direct control of the city, but at the same time, we have responsibilities to ensure the quality of our waterways. This is especially true for private development. As a stormwater coordinator in the city of Beverly, I always talk about the stop the bleeding approach. I discuss how we have to design, construct, and create long-term maintenance practices to ensure the quality of our systems, not just for today, but out into the future. Now at this point, we're going to take a deeper dive into the construction life cycle. Everything from planning and design through approvals, construction-related activities, and long-term maintenance to see what the city does in order to manage these projects not just for today, but with long-term maintenance in mind. Stormwater management starts in planning and in design. This is the first opportunity to educate our contractors and developers. This is when we get to really set the tone for what the city's expectations are in order to meet long-term stormwater compliance.
Whenever an applicant is planning a new project, one of the first things that we look at is where the project is located in relation to the wetland resource areas. Some of the things we have in Beverly are local wetland jurisdictional areas. We have a 25-foot no disturbance zone, a 50-foot no build zone, and a 100-foot buffer. Also, in areas close to our rivers, we have a 200-foot riverfront area. Wetlands provide a number of public interests, including flood control, prevention of pollution and storm damage, and wildlife habitat. Increased and contaminated stormwater runoff is a major cause of water quality decline, alteration and destruction of habitat, and flooding. Any proposed work such as ground disturbance, importing fill, cutting or disruption of vegetation, or construction of structures within a wetland resource area within 100 feet of a wetland or 200 feet of a river is subject to review and approval by the Conservation Commission pursuant to its authority under the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act and Beverly's Wetlands Protection Ordinance. You may need to file an application with the Conservation Commission if you're planning to perform any work within the buffer zone or wetland resource area on your property. This also includes work in streams that serves to convey stormwater, including stream dredging or other clearing. The Commission provides conditions that must be adhered to in order to protect the wetland resource areas. Staff in the Planning Department can guide applicants through the permitting process. The project should be designed to minimize impacts to wetland resource areas, including the buffers, by exploring alternatives that locate the work as far from the resource area as possible and include vegetative buffers and native planting areas, and that implement appropriate stormwater best management practices for the site.
A number of years ago, the planning department and the city staff established a project review team. The first Wednesday of every month, we have a project review team meeting with all the staff who work for the city who review development projects that come before us for various permits and board reviews. We found the project review team meeting format to be incredibly helpful for potential developers or people interested in building new projects in the city because they get the opportunity to run their projects by before they have to file applications. They get feedback, they learn about what we're looking for in their permit applications and in their projects. Maybe learn about other permits that they might have to apply for that they weren't aware of, or fees that they weren't aware of. It also helps us to craft better projects that are more responsive to our environmental goals and our building goals and our overall policies for the city.
I think it's been very informative and helpful as a designer to get on the same page and streamline communication so that we can get the benefit of your input early on and help us formulate a design that incorporates your comments up front rather than react to your comments after we submit site plans.
The concept and planning process really sets the tone for how these projects are going to be constructed and maintained for the long term in an effort to have the overall best possible achievable environmental compliance and stormwater management goals. The city has put significant effort into building out the website, putting things like the city ordinances and rules and regulations on our website and easily accessible really helps contractors, developers, and owners find the information that they are going to need to move forward. This information is instrumental in helping to sculpt projects to ensure that the projects meet city specifications with stormwater requirements in mind.
I think that the City of Beverly rules and regulations are put together very well, and we're very clear in what your standards and regulations are. It was helpful to be able to read those before I came into the meeting, to have an expectation of what would be required throughout the project, and also any clarifications that I needed, which were relatively few, we were able to discuss at the meeting.
When an applicant submits a project to the planning board or other design review boards or parking and traffic commission, we'll circulate those applications to an internal team comprised of city staff and other staff and boards that need to review these projects, and ask for specific feedback and commentary and potential conditions or improvements to projects that help to better meet our city's goals.
You'll notice we're developing a common theme here: education to contractors and developers. Getting the information out to them early in the process is instrumental in the long-term success of the project. The city looks at application review as a great opportunity for education. This is a perfect opportunity for us to work with our contractors and developers to continue to sculpt projects to meet our stormwater management needs. The design phase is an absolutely pivotal time to ensure that we get the design right, because that's what drives construction, and that's what ultimately drives what gets built and put in the ground. These systems are left in place for the future and must be designed with long-term maintenance in mind. So this is really one of the last good chances we have to ensure that we get things right so that what's constructed ultimately meets our stormwater management and environmental goals.
So when you have a new development, you have to consider all facets of design, including stormwater. You have an existing conditioned site, and it's all pervious material where water will run onto the site, and most of it will infiltrate and some will run off. A new development comes along, and there'll be a building, and there'll be some pavement and parking lot. So you have to design stormwater features to control the flow of the stormwater. You have to consider water quality, recharge, velocities, and quantity of runoff. In the post condition with stormwater, it has to be as good or better. So we have to design stormwater features to collect, store, and discharge stormwater to control the velocity, quantity, and the quality of the stormwater.
So as Chris was saying, when sites are developed in the design process, we do need to look at how to mitigate stormwater runoff. As sites are becoming more constrained with a lot more design difficulties, new and more modern and technical stormwater devices have to be used, such as mechanical separators. We have underground stormwater infiltration detention systems. We have sand filters. We have hooded catch basins, oil water separators. All these other devices that are now underground that most people don't see, that are installed in order to improve the quality of runoff leaving the site during these projects.
This is clean out number 5.
The reason these devices are being used is the readily available sites that would have your typical catch basin to drain manhole to what you would perceive as a detention basin. We do not have that land area anymore, so it's necessary to then take that stormwater and put it underneath existing paved areas, parking lots, and wherever else we can make it work. In order to ensure that those designs are going to work, extensive soils testing, research into the soil types, groundwater levels, permeability rates of the soil, all of that stuff needs to be considered in order to size and locate these systems adequately. As a final part of the design process, a solid construction sequence is required to ensure that during the construction of the project, that the stormwater devices and the erosion control measures for the site are adequately installed and installed properly as to function through the entire construction process and to function once construction is completed for an extensive future period of time.
Some designs are not for brand new construction, but they could be part of an expansion of a site. In some cases, you have an existing site with existing infrastructure that handles stormwater runoff, but then a new project will come along and tack onto that job where you have to then evaluate the stormwater system that you have in place, but also design new systems to be incorporated with that existing system. And so during construction, the existing systems that are in place to control stormwater runoff and the proposed systems will also need to be operated and maintained properly.
With approved design and moving into the construction phase activities, this again is another pivotal moment for education. We oftentimes have pre-construction meetings that give us an opportunity to meet with the contractors to remind them what their obligations are. I spend a lot of time talking about the contractors' shalls, wills, and musts. These are like a handshake. It's the deal. It's what they've agreed to in all of their documentation that dictates how the project is going to move forward. And that's especially the case when we talk about stormwater management and best management practices.
After projects are approved and during their construction timeline, we leverage the engineering department as the eyes and ears of the city and help to enforce the conditions of planning board approvals and other projects as they're developed, making sure that all projects are consistent with local and state regulations and meet the terms of the approvals that they were given by the planning board.
For conservation permitting, stormwater runoff from development projects needs to be managed according to the Massachusetts Stormwater Management Standards. Many of the projects will require a pre-construction site visit to ensure all conditions are understood. Conservation staff also coordinate with other city departments such as engineering and municipal inspections on all the permitting needs.
During the construction phase, one of our most important activities is working directly with the contractors and developers to ensure that they're meeting their must, shalls, and wills and taking care of their stormwater maintenance activities for construction phase activities. Regardless of the size of the project, it could be a small lot development, a mid-sized subdivision, or a large campus-wide project. Every single project has stormwater implications, so the closer we work with the contractors and developers, the more likely we are to be successful with our environmental and stormwater management goals.
So today we're cleaning out all the catch basins with the silt sacks that go in there, prevent the silt and all that going into the drainage control system. So we do that periodically, once a month or so. And then we also are watching all the silt fence control, erosion control. We're constantly repairing that from trees falling on it or whatever things happen to that. So there's a lot going on. Fortunately, this site does not have any conservation requirements, but in other projects I've done, yes, there's conservation that we have to make sure is protected.
A diligent inspections program is extremely important. This is where we're able to identify problems as they arise and try to mitigate them real time, working directly with our contractors and developers to make some adjustments out on site.
All right, so we're out on site here. We have a contractor who's been in non-compliance for some of the stormwater ordinance issues. We've actually worked with him over the past few weeks to try to make some changes. We're out here today to audit the program and make sure that the changes that he made are now compliant with all of our stormwater regulations. So let's take a look, see what we can find. So pretty much right away, we're not exactly happy with what we found. You know, we came out to do this audit. It's all they had to do is pretty much get all their devices back in proper working order, but unfortunately it doesn't quite meet our standard.
So what we really look for is that they have a construction pad or construction entrance that is made out of gravel, that does contain any construction tracking and confine it within the construction zone so it doesn't come out into our street. In a perfect world, in my world, this construction pad would be a lot longer, as I know it is going to be a failure point for them. So I do want to see it extended past where the intermittent stream is. So here we have is the process material or dirt pile that they have here. They are supposed to have hay bales around it, and more importantly, after 14 days, they are supposed to put temporary seating around the entire pile if it is to remain here. So at this point, we are going to require that the contractor does actually remediate all their erosion controls to bring them into compliance.
Sometimes, despite all the best planning, design, and construction techniques, projects can go sideways. Unforeseen site conditions, challenges with weather, and even financial constraints can take a project that start as otherwise technical and turn them political in a heartbeat.
In this instance, we have a construction situation that got ahead of the ability of the city to monitor it and put into place the enforcement of regulations that exist. It was through no downfall or fault of people involved. It's a big project, there's a lot of stuff going on. That said, things need to get done a little bit better. There was damage done to the waterways, private property, as the direct result of negligence on the part of contractors. And these laws are in place. It wasn't a secret, it wasn't a surprise. That needs to be improved upon.
So some of the issues we have right now with new projects is there's not a lot of communication between the developers and the neighbors. Unfortunately, when it becomes time and development starts, neighbors start creating their own stories. When that happens, they call me to help them navigate the system through City Hall, because it's not whether it's the building department or it's the engineer department or it's the planning department. Here are the issues right there that it's a breakdown in communication. Sometimes the developer is great at communicating to his neighbors. There are other times when a project is happening, and it could be a small project that creates a big firestorm within the neighborhood, which creates these larger meetings, which then will have to have an engineer department come and really microscope that particular project, which wouldn't necessarily always need it. So that's some of the issues that we have at the pre-construction, even during the construction, is the lack of communication that happens with the neighbors, sometimes with the city itself, as well as the developer.
So it's not always about the problems that happen, but rather the solution. The City of Beverly looks at itself as a community partner and a community leader. If problems are going to arise on site, we look at this as an opportunity to continually educate our contractors, developers, and owners. Bringing our contractors, developers, engineers, and owners into compliance with an education campaign is paramount. We look at our education program as a way to create long-term and sustainable results.
As representatives in the City of Beverly, we look at ourselves as community partners with you. We look at ourselves as leaders, and I want to look at this in terms of what we can do to come together, come up with good creative solutions, and end up with a positive result that at the end of the day makes the project a success in every way, shape, and form. The City of Beverly has taken on a very extensive and proactive stormwater management program. Over the past couple of years, we've been evaluating all phases of our program, and most specifically, our on-site handling of materials, stormwater management, and at the end of the day, really everything that goes into that. I found a lot of deficiencies in what has been reported, in how materials have been handled on site, not just at 108. This is a chronic problem across the board. So I've been getting smarter myself. I've been educating myself. I've been educating my staff. I've been getting a lot of teaching and training. And we've been building a diligent enforcement program, compliance program, but I'm gonna say it this way, with an emphasis on education. And if we can't all get smarter and educate ourselves about what the right things to do on these projects and how to handle them, then I'm not doing my due diligence or providing the right service for my residents, for my city, or for the people that I work with, and that includes all of you. I'm gonna point out in this particular photo what has me specifically alarmed. We'd already talked about tracking coming off of the site. We talked to you about the muddy conditions, your construction entrances, your ability to properly manage sediment. Tracking is a big problem coming off of your site. At this point, it's not a surprise to any one of you. You're aware that it's a problem, you're trying to address it. It's gonna be a chronic issue. What we're asking is that at this point, you come up with a plan. First off, you know there was evidence of tracking and a significant amount of it. In my opinion, the amount of sediment that you see is more than 1 day's accumulation. And that tells me that you're not sweeping on a daily basis, as your must, shalls, and wills tell you in your plan you must do. Beyond that, you neglected it to the point where we had a rainstorm. And you can clearly see the path of water that has now migrated that off of the roadway towards our catch basins. But you can also see that it has surpassed the catch basin. I'll give you the credit for the inlet controls. Thank you for that. But that's not perfect, because you can see it has clearly washed this sediment beyond and down the roadway through the intersection, okay, which now there's an accumulation of sediment that's migrated past your site, continuing down the hill towards unprotected catch basins, because you don't have silt sacks at the corner of the high school, right? And that, to me, where you can clearly see it's a problem, that's what has me concerned. Now, I'm going to continue to illustrate my point. And what the city looks at, not only on a micro level, okay, because your site is the micro level, but we have a macro level view, okay, because we have a responsibility for all sites, for all stormwater, from the point source to the outlet, which in this case, okay, I'm going to show you. I'm just going to get past all these photos. By the way, please do not let these catch basins clog up this solid. Okay, you need to stay on top of that. Okay, you know the water's coming down the hill. This is looking up towards your site from the intersection at the high school opening at the parking lot. Okay, the yellow is your site. The red is the water pathway that exits your site, both to the south, which is intake point 1, which is what you see at the high school driveway and the catch basin on the corner, and to the north, which is heading up past your site and the catch basins you see along Sawyer, heading up towards, again, Northridge. Both of those paths take water to the North Beverly Brook, which you see heading through this sort of middle area, through the high school, underneath the Cummings Center, to a discharge out in the Lower Shoe Pond, and then ultimately to the Bass River. Okay? My purview, my responsibility, and my need to ensure water quality extends far beyond your property. And at this particular point, you're an upstream contributor, so I need to be on top of it.
If there's any one thing I've learned through the education process, it's that people oftentimes can't see beyond their immediate needs. It is not any one individual's.
So, just for time, we're going to stop it there. I wanted to, hold on one second, I'll get to the mic. So, first off, thank you for bearing with me and watching that. There are so many layers as to why that's important. First thing is, every single thing that you see in there, it's an activity that we're involved with as a city, across the board. Especially in the engineering department and some of the more technical departments. We oversee each and every little aspect of what you saw. The interesting thing about the bulk of that footage is, it was actually all filmed as real-time activities happening from the time I was asked to give this presentation. This whole thing's been put together in, 6 weeks, maybe? So all of that stuff is going on all the time. It's important for you to understand as a city that you pay for these activities. It's important for you as a city council to understand these are the activities that you pay for. There were a lot of professionals that are helping us with that. All the engineers that you see, for the most part, are part of our stormwater management program. You've seen a huge part of education. That's extremely, extremely important. Getting this information out and getting on the same playing field with our contractors and developers and even the general public, it's extremely important. I want to point out, and I think a part that is at this point not driven home as far as the end result of this entire presentation, because you've only seen the first part of it, Again, remember the stop the bleeding approach. You all have individual stormwater problems at your properties that we're trying to solve. If we don't take this hard look from the beginning of a process to the end of the process and everything in between, and hold the line as tight as we can on every given project, it exacerbates the situation. There's only so many things we can control right now as a city. And so, okay, so the people at Jordan Street, right? We sat in your backyard, what was it, it was over this past summer, right? And I don't know if you remember this, but I actually looked at a lot of you and I told you, I said, I'm gonna start to look at all these things that are upstream of you, and I'm gonna make sure I do everything in my ability to control the activities to the best of my ability to make sure that we don't allow the problem to get any worse. And that's exactly what this is. This is us looking at projects, looking at what's going on, looking at the environmental controls and making sure that they are at the absolute maximum potential to cut down on additional pollution. Siltation that comes off of the site is a big problem. Cumming Center, you're gonna speak about that, right? You know that siltation is a problem. If I'm not upstream of you, watching out on each and every property and making sure we're doing the absolute best that we can on every given project, I'm not doing the job to the best of my ability. But that's the pledge that we've given to you, and that's what we're holding, and that's what a lot of this is about. So you've seen the first half of it. I encourage you to come to the second half. Again, it'll be in a couple of weeks. At this time, I don't want to take up too much more time. We have about 10 more minutes to field some questions. And again, if you could please try to relate it to the materials that you've seen, any questions that you might have, your general impressions. And again, with the idea being this is something that I'm going to continue to build upon. Today is the beginning. It's the base. I'm hoping to continue to bring additional information as it becomes available and as I have the ability to put it together to, again, build some of the language. And every time that we do this, somebody comes out of the woodwork and goes, hey, you know what? I saw what you put out there and I got an idea. Have you thought about this? Have you thought about that? So looking for creative solutions, looking to continue to bring the issues to light. We're going to track them. Again, if you have specific stormwater questions for your own properties, please provide them to Ronnie. But with that, if anybody's got any questions, I'd love to turn it over.
Did you see any of the notes from the meeting that we held?
Yes, I have all of those. Yes.
Can I stop you for 1 second? Elsie, I'm so sorry. Just so that people on BevCam can hear you, is it possible for you to talk into the microphone at the podium for your question? Or if Eric could bring one to you. I just don't want people at home to miss your question.
I don't know if it'll pull out anyway.
I'm concerned because I'm looking at all of these things that the city is doing, but I feel as though they're not helping me. I don't know if the city feels that it was their responsibility when the neighborhood was built by Crosby. Who gave approval of that whole section with no drainage?
We can't rewind the clock.
No,
So we are where we are today. All we can do is take a comprehensive look at the individual situations. If I was to sit here and wait until we had a specific solution for you, we would sit on top of a compounding problem. We can't control the weather. That's one thing. It's Mother Nature. There's only so much we can do.
Right.
So we are trying to take the steps that we can take now. Again, stop the bleeding approach. Do everything we can do today to not create a situation that's getting worse or compounding while we're in the process of trying to come up with solutions for your particular situation.
What process are we supposed to be talking about to correct what's been done? I mean, we know that more rain is coming. I don't like going to bed at night having to watch the news tell me that it's going to rain, and I have to stay up half the night wondering whether I'm going to be flooded again. What do I do? I mean, I know you're saying you're going to do things, but when?
There's a lot of activity that's going on. First step for us, we're actually cleaning the culverts that are beneath the Cumming Center. That's something that we're in the environmental permitting stage. We've already done some preliminary samples. Put it this way, we've gone and got an engineering contract, so we have an engineer on board. We've already signed our contract, so they're fully working for us. They've gone and taken samples out of the streams, which is the very first, or I should say culverts, which is the very first step of the permitting process. They've compiled all that information with the analytics. They've actually put together the package that goes before the Conservation Commission, and they are on the agenda for the next meeting. So that's the best I can tell you in terms of what we've done to already start that process. That's the furthest downstream portion of this watershed, and it's the furthest downstream portion of that particular stream system and where it eventually goes into the lower Shoe Pond and out to the river. So as far as taking action, that's the first step that we've taken. So amongst all the other things, that's in the works.
In other words, nothing.
If that's your opinion, but you're entitled to your opinion.
I don't see anything happening in the brook. I still see the trees falling in there. I still see the water rise. I see all of the land washing away from the roots in my backyard. And if more rain comes, do I have to look forward to another flood in my basement?
We would hope not, but the circumstances are going to dictate the time of year, the type of storm. It's hard to say what we're going to be faced with and what weather we're going to be faced with. I hate to give you false hopes on anything, and I'm not going to make promises that we can't keep. We're doing everything that we can to try to address your individual issues, and again, across the entire city. There are many locations that have, complications with stormwater. Do you want to go to the...
I don't have anything else to say because I see nothing in time to help me.
What are they doing about the problem with the brook? Is anyone ever going to clean it out? Because it has to be, there's so much.
I'm so sorry.
It's unbelievable.
I was going to say, I just need to ask you to do in the microphone because otherwise BevCam can't pick up any of the questions. And I see Councillor Feldman and Councillor Bowen.
Can we stand right here?
That's perfect if that's okay. Yes.
So
thank
yeah,
you.
the brook is a disaster. There's so much, there's trees in there, there's branches, people have their trash in there, it's awful. And everybody that knows us, every single person has said, it's the brook, the brook, the brook, the brook. Everybody knows that has lived in that neighborhood has said the brook. So 50 people can't be wrong. All we need is someone to get on there with a backhoe, clean it out. Even my brother lives in New Hampshire. He said, it's the brook, they need to dig it out. Everybody knows that, but no one's listening to us. And it's frustrating. We can't even have parties or things going on because we never know if it's gonna rain. You know what I mean? My son's graduating from college, I'm having a party. What if it rains? I'm screwed if it rains. I don't have a house big enough to fit all those people in. We had a 90th birthday party for my father last year. He turned 90. I had 80 people. A week later is when we got the flood. So if we got the flood, we wouldn't even be able to have the party. Our backyard gets soaking wet. And, my mother's 87, my father's 91. They can't do anything. My husband's disabled. My brother has Parkinson's. We don't have anybody to help. You know what I'm saying? It's not like if I had these, if we had family members that could help, but we don't. So that's all I want to say.
No, thank you. And we definitely, I think we do, and I think Mr. Barber also hears that frustration. And thank you. I'm sorry to make you get up to the microphone. I know that's not always everyone's favorite.
And just to speak to that for a minute, there's nothing that we would like more than to be able to just simply go into that brook, clean it out. There were a lot of things that were tried about 10 years ago. You may or may not be aware, I'm sure you are. 10 years ago, roughly, actually 2009, 2010, there was a comprehensive project that took place that actually tried to stabilize the brook and actually tried to stabilize the banks. Unfortunately, there are limitations as to what we're capable of doing, both between equipment, and also in addition materials that did not leave that brook in the condition that we hoped it would by the end of that project. As you go and take a look at it today, a lot of the actual devices that were put to try to stabilize the brook quite simply failed. And it's not a great situation. It was not successful, and in this case, actually, more than anything else, left essentially trash behind. So It's not perfect. We are aware of it. We would love to go in and just simply be able to clear. Unfortunately, that's just not the way it works. We have environmental compliance that we need to adhere to, and that's a big part of it's actually probably our biggest challenge, to be honest with you. Machinery and equipment and manpower and chainsaws and a little bit of two-stroke gas is pretty easy. It's really getting the permissions that we need and the ability to get into these areas that is I would say our biggest challenge. It's not really, for clearing and cleaning, it's not money, it's not equipment, it's not ability. For us, for the most part, it's the appropriate permissions to do the work that needs to be done the way it needs to be done. And it's not to say that we're not going to continue to try.
Thank you. I know we have about 1 minute left. Councillor Feldman and Councillor Bowen, can you split this 1 minute?
I have a very quick clarifying question that I think after hearing from the residents and from you, I feel like what you're saying is possibly that cleaning out the culverts at Shoe Pond under the Cumming Center in that area, that step is the first step of the problem that is affecting the Jordan Street neighborhood. Because does that brook, am I correct that the brook is what feeds into that stormwater system?
That's exactly right.
So that, to summarize, the first step that the city is taking is cleaning out the end result culvert to let that water flow.
Yeah, the entire thing is a compound issue, and we have to start at the downstream reaches and work our way upstream in most cases to make sure that any changes that we're making, when you alter a water body or you change a water body, it changes the course of water, it changes the time that it takes from the water to get from the top of the system to the bottom of the system. Right. Generally, you want to work in a methodical order, and in order to control that and make sure that your downstream capacity is as much as possible. So we're at the downstream, we're working on the downstream capacity. There have been some other projects that we've actually tried to put into place over the past few years that have unfortunately not gone through for various reasons, including some environmental permitting, which would have helped us with some sea level rise resilience and whatnot. So it's, again, that is a very challenging watershed with a lot of complex issues, but to finish the statement, yes, that's the first step in what could potentially be a more comprehensive look, assuming that we're able to get environmental permitting for the corrective actions that we need.
And then there was also a list.
Mr. Feldman, I'm sorry, we really have to pause. We're past 7 o'clock, and we really do have to stop because of the next meeting. So I think what would be helpful, it sounds like, is first of all, Ms. Jacobson, I know people can obviously email you with specific issues, but since you're here and neighbors are here, if they wanted to just talk to you for a second on their way out or give you contact information, would that be okay with you? I'm thinking that way everyone doesn't have to email. So anybody who's come to talk about that, Ms. Jacobson is here in the back. You can maybe grab her for a moment. We are going to pick up the second half of Mr. Barber's presentation as well as questions on June 6th at 6 p.m. And so hopefully people can rejoin us at that point. And I do apologize for the tight time frame. Thank you, Mr. Barber, for beginning this conversation with us.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Go ahead. What is it?
I would just like to suggest if we can watch the remainder of the video before that session and use that hour for conversation. I know I have a list of questions and would appreciate that time if we could.
I just have to have a place to host it, so see if we can get that done.
I was going to say maybe we could work with the city clerk's office to get that so that everyone, residents, and we could watch it. Thank you. I entertain a motion to adjourn the special meeting of the City Council.
So moved.
Second. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you. Special meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much to the neighbors, and thank you, Mr. Barber. Kim, are you ready for the next one? All right. Call to order. Regular meeting of the Beverly City Council, Monday, May 16th, 7 o'clock p.m. Ms. Kent, would you call the roll, please?
Bowen?
Here.
Crowley?
Here.
Feldman? Houseman? Rand?
Here.
Rotundo?
Here.
St. Hilaire?
Here.
Sweeney?
Here.
And Flowers.
Here. Thank you very much. Councillor Feldman, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Councillor Feldman. We do have a busy agenda this evening, probably no surprise there. And we do have multiple public hearings, in fact, 4 of them that we're trying to get done before an 8 o'clock hearing that's a continuation of a National Grid hearing. So with that, I would like to move right into our citizen speakers. We do have 3 citizen speakers who signed up for this evening. And I just want to mention, as I did at our last regular meeting, that as we're moving towards both budget season and the conclusion of this portion of this term, to the best of our ability, to my fellow councilors, part of our work is to really move through our work and get it concluded before we break for summer. So being mindful of one another and our time getting things done. So with that, our first citizen speaker is Mr. Neil Levine. And if you would, please, Mr. Levine, name and address for the record, and then you have up to 5 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. My name is Neil Levine, 36 Thorndike Street. I'd like to offer the following land acknowledgement. As we gather here in this place, we acknowledge and honor the original indigenous inhabitants of this land, the Namkiag and Pawtucket bands of the Massachusetts tribal nation, which continues today through the membership of the Massachusetts tribe. We acknowledge their ancestral and continued connection to the land. We also recognize our obligations to this land to better environmental care and stewardship to which the indigenous people who care for it have long called us. As we work toward diversity, equity, and inclusion, we acknowledge the importance of lifting up and inviting in many voices, including those of indigenous people, and including those voices and perspectives in our discourse, in our decision-making, and in our actions. Madam President, members of the council, for me, these words took on new significance in light of the recent release of the report, Harvard and the Legacy of Slavery. As you may know, their research was assisted by Abby Battis, the Associate Director of Historic Beverly, and I understand she will appear before the council next month. As her work in the report revealed, prominent Beverly citizens were deeply involved in the slave trade. We sit tonight in a building owned by 2 prominent citizens who are also slave traders. We sit tonight at the intersections of streets named for them, Cabot and Thorndike. And so Beverly citizens' interest in making a land acknowledgement part of the standing rules of the council resonates even more deeply. Why do we ask the council to adopt this practice of land acknowledgement? It's not about making you feel guilty. It's not about making you fix anything. It simply requests that as you consider the business of the city, you also bring a mindset that our institutions have not always done right by all of our citizens. Certain historical legacies continue to obstruct our effort to form a more perfect union. Beginning each meeting of the council is a way to signal your intentionality and commitment to this effort. In words ascribed to Teddy Roosevelt, we ask that you do what you can with what you've got where you are. With that intention in mind, here are some ideas you might consider. First, on Friday, the mayor released the results of a long-awaited racial equity survey. The report provides the council with both a status report and a roadmap for addressing barriers to greater equity in personnel, practices, and policies across city government. As budget season approaches, I hope you will ask department heads whether they have the plans and the resources to address the issues laid out in the report, and then work with them to find them. Second, the council can encourage and publicize the work of the Racial Equity Task Force to extend the work beyond the halls of government to our economic, financial, commercial, social service, nonprofit, and faith communities. These chambers can be a bully pulpit for advocating broader action by civic leaders across the board. Third, the council can encourage quick action to fill the current vacancy of the city's Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Director. Fourth, as the report notes, last year's public review of Beverly Police Department's use of force policy allowed for comment and questions, but not input into the final report. The report recommends that we open up the process of the Beverly Police Department policy review. A good start would be to make sure that the revised use of force policy is widely available, including on the city and the department's internet page. Fifth, and at the earliest appropriate time, I ask that the council reconsider the merits of the rule change calling for a land acknowledgement at council meetings. Madam President, I want to take this opportunity to thank you for your leadership on this effort and more broadly on DEI issues in the city. Lastly, in observing countries around the world that have taken a hard look at their past, Germany, Japan, South Africa, Guatemala, Rwanda, and others, all have been made stronger in their nations and their societies and have been better able to address the experience by reflecting on and adopting policies to address historic legacies of injustice. We ask that you do the same so that you might all do what you can with what you've got, where you are, to make our community the best it can be for all its citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Levine. Thanks for being here, and thank you for signing up to address the council. It's much appreciated. With excellent timing, the second citizen speaker signed up tonight is Mr. Wayne Miller.
Oh, okay then.
So if you would, Mr. Miller, name and address for the record, and then you have up to 5 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President, councilors. Just time enough to pull up my notes, right? There we go. My name is Wayne Miller, 5 Pasture Road, Beverly. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of Green Beverly, Beverly's Hub for Sustainable Living. I would like to bring to your attention results from a survey released last week by the Pew Research Organization. On February 28th of this year, the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change released its latest report. That report reaffirmed that the science pertaining to climate change is settled, and that the most important response to climate change is large-scale reduction in carbon dioxide pollution that drives global warming. Deborah Roberts, co-chair of the IPCC working group, stated, "There is a strong message across all the United Nations IPCC reports that we have to act, that we need a whole-of-society approach. No one can be left out, no household, no businesses, no government. And it's that whole-of-society scale that we have not put in place that is urgently needed." Co-chair of the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, Hans Otto Portner, stated that the urgency of the need to move toward more sustainable lives is not reaching people. Now, just last Thursday, May 12th, the Pew Research Organization, one of the most respected research and reporting facilities in the world, released new findings. According to this latest research, climate change is considered a very big problem or a moderately big problem for 70% of Americans. 30% of Americans say that climate change is a small problem or not a problem at all. Notably, responses to the survey were statistically skewed by political affiliation. The new report from Pew Research certainly supports the concern expressed by the UN's ICC co-chairs, concerned that the whole of society is not educated nor engaged in efforts to dramatically reduce carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases that drive global warming. In fact, 3 in 10 Americans still do not consider the climate crisis much of a problem at all. Green Beverly works with residents, schools, businesses, and with our city's elected officials and city government to close the education gap and the implementation gap. We know that the climate crisis is indeed a very big problem. Thank you for your support.
Thank you very much, Mr. Miller. Thank you for being here with us and for signing up to speak. And also, I am impressed by your somewhat amazingly impeccable timing that you came in the door just at your time. And then we have one more citizen speaker signed up, Mr. Bob Black. Mr. Black, if you would start by just restating your name and then your address for the record, and then you also have up to 5 minutes to address the council.
Okay.
Thank you.
It won't take much of your time, and I'm happy to be here quickly. My name is Bob Black. I live at 438 Elliott Street. Would you mind if I just approach? I didn't realize there'd be so many of you up here. I just brought these because, in my opinion, a picture's worth 1,000 words, I suppose. And
sure.
Kind of pass them on.
Thank you.
Kind of describe that. So, just a little background quickly. When Elliott Street was widened several years ago, we know many people got beautiful stone walls, some nice stairs. I lost my front hedge, 2 trees, my front walkway was sawed in 2, and the sidewalk was put in my front lawn. So that happened, I accepted it. So if you, look at page 1 there, there's a tiny patch of asphalt, which is my driveway. My girlfriend has to park in front of the house. Page 2 shows my vehicle in the driveway, which overhangs the sidewalk even a little bit. If you look at the 3rd page, it'll show you that looking left towards Danvers, there is just nowhere to go. It's just, there's no place to park. And if you look at the 4th page, it'll show looking in the other direction, right, and as you can see, you're talking about a block down the street and around the corner. You're looking at a 1.5 to 2 blocks where I would have to park instead of in front of my house. All I'm asking is, it's a little ridiculous for somebody to not even visit you, or I have an autistic nephew that my sister brings over, and they're not going to want to walk 2 blocks to get to my home. I'm really kind of stuck. I think eliminating parking along Elliott Street makes sense from Cabot Street as far as Northern Avenue. After that, it's very residential and it's very wide. And, I'm not against bike lanes. I have a bike myself, I ride a bike myself, and I'm not against that. There doesn't seem to be a lot of bikers there. I've been retired now for almost 2 months, so since I got this letter, I've been watching how many bikes come down the street, and believe me, it's almost negligible. Also, would any of you buy a house that had a little tiny driveway and that's it? Whoever you're married to, your spouse or your significant other, just couldn't park there, you'd have to park 2 blocks from the house. So I'm just asking to reconsider eliminating parking on that end of Elliott Street from Northern Ave towards Danvers, and by all means put the the bike lanes in, but just I'm trying to coexist here. It's just, you can't have a birthday party, you can't have a barbecue, you can't have anything. So that's all I'd have to say, and I just wish the council would at least reconsider on that, like 1/3 of Elliott Street to kind of coexist with the residents that live there. In my particular situation, I am really, really stuck here, with, I have no other options, nowhere to go here. I'm just, it's tough enough in the winter. So that's all I really have to say about it, and I just hope that it would be taken under consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Black.
You're welcome.
And I should have been more clear at the beginning of our citizen speaker time to just remind or refresh our memory, especially for our citizen speakers, that it's not a back and forth conversation time, but just because counselors don't respond or ask questions does not mean that we're not listening. It's just sort of the function of the time. So
right.
I usually start with that. I should have.
Well, I understand, and
and I appreciate you being here. I appreciate all 3 of our citizen speakers, and thank you for coming and sharing about your experience.
All right. Well, thank you very much, and I hope you consider it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate the time that all 3 of our citizen speakers took to be here with us tonight.
Hang on to those pictures.
Thank you, and actually, maybe our city clerk we can get those out to counselors as well, so everyone can have a copy.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care. Thank you. All right, we have some time before our first public hearing, so let's start taking care of some of our routine business. We have many sets of minutes to accept this evening. In fact, 8. One set from our joint meeting of the City Council and Beverly School Committee, and this is probably a good time for me to acknowledge that in the room is Ward 6 School Committee member Lorinda Visnick. Thank you for being here with us, Mrs. Visnick. That was on March 23rd. We have minutes from a regular City Council meeting, April 4th, 2022. Minutes from Finance and Property Committee of the Whole, April 28th, 2022. Special City Council meeting, May 2nd, 2022. And then a whole series of our Legal Affairs subcommittee meetings, cross-posted as Committee of the Whole to work on the Charter Review. And that was May 4th, May 9th, May 10th. And then a Public Services Committee of the Whole meeting from May 11th. So I would entertain a motion to approve all 8 sets of minutes.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0, and we will go ahead and approve all of those. Ms. Kent, let's go to communications from His Honor the Mayor, please.
Order number 142, Dear Honorable City Council, I hereby reappoint, subject to your review and recommendation, Mr. Kevin Kelly Sr., 22 Federal Street, Apartment 511, Beverly, to serve on the Beverly Housing Authority. His term is to be effective June 30th, 2022 until June 2027. Sincerely yours, Michael P. Cahill, Mayor.
Thank you. Please refer that to the Committee on Public Services.
Order number 143, Dear Honorable City Council, I hereby appoint, subject to your review and recommendation, Miss Bonnie Dean, 10 Woodbury Street, Beverly, to serve on the Beverly Waste Reduction Committee. Her term is to be effective until March 31st, 2025. Sincerely yours, Michael P. Cahill, Mayor.
Thank you. Please refer that to the Committee on Public Services.
Order number 144, Dear Honorable City Council, I hereby appoint, subject to your review and recommendation, Ms. Caroline Larson, 35 Wentworth Drive, Beverly, to serve on the Beverly Parks and Recreation Commission. Her term is to be effective until December 31st, 2024. Sincerely yours, Michael P. Cahill, Mayor.
Thank you. Please refer that to the Committee on Public Services.
Order number 145, Dear Honorable City Council, I hereby reappoint, subject to your review and recommendation, Mr. Paul Treffry, 43 Glidden Ave, Beverly, and Ms. Morgan Dyer, 352 Rantoul Street, number 4, Beverly, to serve on the Beverly Culture Council. This serves terms to be effective until April 30th, 2025. Sincerely yours, Michael P. Cahill, Mayor.
Thank you. Please refer that to the Committee on Public Services.
Order number 146, Dear Honorable City Council, I hereby appoint, subject to your review and recommendation, Ms. Pam Gujian, 26 Baker Ave, Beverly, to serve as the Zoning Board of Appeals representative on the Design Review Board. Her term is to be effective until December 1st, 2024. Sincerely yours, Michael P. Cahill, Mayor.
Thank you. Let's also refer that to the Committee on Public Services. And with that, Councilor Feldman has a whole bunch of people for her and her committee to meet with.
Communications.
Thank you. Let's go to communications from other city officers and boards. Thank goodness Ms. Kent is on the ball.
Order number 147 from Sergeant Henneberry, a city ordinance, section 270-49 amendment to include handicap parking space at 11 Lothrop Street.
Let's refer that to legal affairs, please.
Order number 148 from the city clerk, a renewal application for an ice cream truck vending permit for Agua Catabeth at 4 Woodland Court, Lawrence, Mass.
Thank you. Please refer that to the Committee on Legal Affairs.
Order number 149 from the city clerk, change of ownership for Class 2 motor vehicle license for Auto Dine, 810 Railroad Avenue.
Thank you. Please refer that to the Committee on Legal Affairs as well.
Order number 150 from the city clerk, an application for a Hawkers and Pedals license for Nancy Dominguez of Sweet Bar LLC, 1311 Broughton Drive.
Thank you. Please refer that to the Committee on Legal Affairs.
Order number 151 from the city clerk, an application for a Hawkers and Pedals license for George Sampson of 66 Essex Street.
Thank you. Please also refer that to the Committee on Legal Affairs.
Order number 152 from the city clerk, renewal of paperwork of 2022 petroleum registrations for GOD Realty Trust of 174 Rantoul Street.
Thank you. Please refer that to the Committee on Legal Affairs.
Order number 153 from the city clerk, a renewal application for a fortune teller license for Sophia Andropoulos at 11 Sunset Drive.
Thank you. Please refer that to the Committee on Legal Affairs. Let's go to communications, applications, and petitions, please.
Order number 154 from National Grid, a petition for plan number 305-28185 for Dodge Street.
Thank you. Let's refer that to the Committee on Public Services, and we'll set a public hearing for that. Let's go to motions and orders.
That was quick. Order number 56 in the year 2022 be obtained by the City Council of the City of Beverly as follows. Chapter 270, Section 270, 37A, a bicycle lane shall be created in the following locations is amended as follows. Adding a location from Echo Ave to Town of Danvers on Elliott Street. Number 2, inserting a column titled Direction and thereof clarifying and identifying the direction of travel for each identified bicycle lane. Number 3, amending the Hale Street location description to read from Dane Street to Monument Square. And number 4, replacing Sawyer wherever solar appeared. The revised section shall read as follows. Section 270-37 bicycle lanes. Bicycle lanes should be created in the following locations amended on November 6, 2017 by ordinance number 4082A. Name of street, Brimble Ave. Location from Walnut Ave to Route 128 ramp before overpass, and the direction is both. Brimble Ave from 128 overpass to Colon Street, both. Note, northbound is partially a protected shared path from Broughton Drive. Budley Ave, enter length, both. Cabot Street from State DOT Mark 499, Cabot Street to Lenox Street, both. Dodge Street from Whitaker Way to the town of Wenham, both. Elliott Street from Cabot Street to Rantoul Street, both. Elliott Street from Echo Avenue to the town of Danvers, both. Essex Street, Evelyn Road to Route 128, both. Hale Street from Dane Street to Monument Square, westbound only. Hale Street from Lothrop Street to Boyle Street, both. Old Essex Road, southbound with 200 feet of Essex Street, southbound only. Sawyer Road from Bomac Road to Tozer Road, both sides. Tozer Road from Sawyer Road to 55 Tozer Road, both. A bicycle lane should be defined as a portion of the roadway that has been designated by striping, signing, and pavement markings for the preferred and exclusive use of bicyclists. C, bicyclists wherever practical should remain in a designated bicycle lane. All other traffic shall refrain from using designated bicycle lanes.
Thank you, Ms. Kent. Well read. All three of the orders under motions and orders, councilors will remember they are proposed ordinance changes, so they're not eligible to be voted on tonight. They will be eligible for final passage at our next regular meeting. Ms. Kent, let's see if we have time for order 128.
Okay, order number 128, order number 1, proposed order amending Beverly Ordinance Section 58-2, adding Section D as follows. Compensation of city clerk, clerk of committees, and assistant city clerk. Number 1, the city council should be solely responsible for setting the compensation of the city clerk, clerk of committees, and the assistant city clerk. Number 2, the city council on or before March 31st of each year shall conduct an employee evaluation of the city clerk and the clerk of committees, which evaluation shall consider benchmarks and goals set by the city council, as well as overall accomplishments, responsibilities, and job performances. The city council may be majority vote delegate the responsibility of these evaluations to one or more councilors, subject to the open meeting laws. The city clerk shall do an annual employee evaluation of the assistant city clerk by March 31st of each year, taking into consideration the same criteria. Number 3, any salary increase for the city clerk and/or clerk of committees shall be based upon the city council evaluation of said employees. Any salary increase for the assistant city clerk shall be based on the annual evaluation of the assistant city clerk by the city clerk. Number 4, the city clerk shall annually include in their requested departmental operating budget an amount as directed by the city council to full merit increases for the ensuing fiscal year for the city clerk, clerk of committees, and assistant clerk. Such amount shall take into consideration the annual evaluation of the city clerk, clerk of committees, and assistant city clerk, as well as any proposed annual increases for management and non-union employees. Ordinance will take effect upon publication and final passage, and it was in the news on May 20th, as was the bike.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kent. And Councilor Rotundo, you introduced this ordinance.
I did, and I actually can, Mr. Perry, would you like to come up? Because I did work with him on this. It was something that has been done throughout the years. Not that it was done wrong, but it wasn't done through what the charter was stating, and I brought it to Mr. Perry's attention, so he's been really working a lot. He's been doing a lot of the work with me, so I'd like him to speak to it as well, if that's possible. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Perry, if you would like to say a few words, and I'm just being mindful we have about 3 minutes, so if I have to interrupt you, I do apologize in advance before that first hearing.
I'll get this done in 3 minutes.
Perfect.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the council. Good evening. Very quickly, this is to rectify a situation that's been ongoing since I've been here. It's really no one's fault. It's a systemic problem in the sense that I think we all agree that good public administration dictates that the appointing authority is the individuals or the entity that should do, obviously, the evaluation and the determination of the salaries. What's been going on in Beverly here for many years is because of a lack of internal control, if you will, which this ordinance that Councilor Rotundo is proposing will correct that. As you know, the city council really has very few employees, the city clerk, the clerk of committees, and your budget analyst. So those are the three people. And currently the system is working right now is the mayor has really been pretty good about this. He's tried to rectify the situation where he stepped in to try to, in the non-union salary line item to address the issue, to give salaries, cost of living adjustments to the city clerk and the people involved. As such, In the last couple of years, former President Guanci and I met on this issue. We at least informally got the council president to work with the mayor to at least discuss it, but this rectifies that. There are other communities, Salem has a similar ordinance in nature. I can tell you, and my appreciation to the city solicitor, I worked with her quite a bit about this. The legal language is solid, they're comfortable with it. I'm comfortable that the Attorney General's office will pass this ordinance. In my view, it's good public policy, it's good public administration. The proposed ordinance does suggest, it gets, I think, complicated. You can well imagine to have 9 of you evaluate the clerk. My recommendation, we put the language in there to, by vote of the council, to delegate it to the council president. I think that's an efficient way, but obviously all of you can weigh in through the council president should you decide to do that. I would recommend you go forward in that manner. Madam President, I got 1 minute left. I'm going to stop right there. I know it's, but I'm more than happy to answer questions. Bottom line, I would strongly recommend that you adopt this proposal. I asked the council president to speak on this tonight because you're going to have one more bite at the apple. I thought it appropriate I speak now so you can think about my comments 2 weeks from now. And I'm more than happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. If there is a question that's about a minute long, I would entertain that, or councilors will be able to vote on this at the 6/6 meeting, so we could ask questions at that time. Does anyone have? Councilor Houseman.
Just a quick question for Mr. Perry. I gather from what you're saying, this has been reviewed by the administration and they support it. Is that correct?
It's been reviewed by the city solicitor's office. I have heard no negative feedback from the mayor's office on this, no. But it has been reviewed. Certainly the solicitor's office is the administration, so she, you know, again, we spent a lot of time on this, and I know she's comfortable with it. Legally, it's a policy decision, but I have not heard any negative feedback from the mayor's office at all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor Houseman. Thank you, Mr. Perry.
Thank you.
In perfect timing, that does bring us to 7:30, so we will, with that, open the 7:30 public hearing on order number 135.
The City of Beverly ordered that the City Council of the City of Beverly hold a public hearing on Monday, May 16, 2022 at 7:30 p.m. at 191 Cabot Street, 3rd floor, Council Chambers, live stream on BevCam relative to a transfer of $17,510 from the Airport Enterprise Fund, and this was in the newspaper on May 9th.
Thank you, and I see that our City Finance Director, Mr. Brian Ailes, is here, along with our Airport Manager, Ms. Gloria Bullion. Nice to see you. Mr. Ailes, since you're at the podium, I take it you will be speaking on this matter.
Well, you took the words right out of my mouth, just to say that we're here if you have any specific questions about that. Mechanically, from a financial perspective, this just represents the match component to the grant. However, if we want to talk about, you know, what the grant's actually going to accomplish, and that we've got Mrs. Bullion here to help with that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ailes, and I also want to acknowledge that our City Grants Director, Ms. Catherine Barrett, is here as well.
Sorry.
I went around the room at our special meeting and realized I didn't catch everybody at that. So, Ms. Barrett, thank you for being here. Councilors, any questions for Mr. Ailes, Ms. Bullion, or Ms. Barrett? Councilor Bowen.
Thank you. And, you know, supportive of any and all grants that we can find. But I always like to hear, and I think this is a great venue to be able to share with the public, just how this funding supports the airport's operating budget and capital plans. And in particular, because the Airport Improvement Fund isn't part of the city's capital expenditure plan, just sort of where these projects fit within the long-term plans and what else might come before us sooner or later. So I'm really only looking for the 2-minute version of that. And thanks for bringing the grants in front of us.
Thank you, Councilor Bowen. For whomever would like to take the questions. Yeah, could be a little bit of everybody.
Yeah, so hi, I'm Gloria Bland with the airport. These grants are in support, so these are actually from the DOT. These are grants. One was a grant for the noise modeling, and that was in relation to an update that we did with the airport master plan. I had been denied 6 times for this noise study, but I'm very persistent and finally got this grant. Essentially, we were denied because our noise over the airport does not actually affect what they say in a noise modeling program, the community around certain DNL levels. Anyway, so this grant that we have received from the DOT is in relation to the noise modeling, which we've made public through our master plan efforts, through all our communities, Danvers, Beverly, and Wenham. As far as the replacement of the fencing, that's an ongoing project. We have 470 acres that we maintain. We have to, in our care and custody and control. And that's an ongoing project that will always need replacement. So replacement of fencing will continue to occur over the next probably 10 years or so. As updates to our gates, security, and the fencing is going to need replacement as it degrades. And then the all of these grants are always supported by our airport enterprise funds. So any revenues that we receive, we are consistently putting it back into the operations budget, the maintenance, the ongoing work that it requires to uphold to the FAA standards as well as to the state standards, which are very strict standards. So we do take all of these grants as part of a priority funding system, and we're kind of evaluated, I would say, on a state funding priority program as well as with the FAA. So we work with both the state and the Federal Aviation Administration on the priority funding for which grants take place in precedent years. So we have a grant program for the next 5 years that we're looking at approximately 18 to 20 million coming up in grants from the FAA and the state.
Thank you, right. Mr. Ailes,
Thank you, Ms. Bland. Thing, because it's important, and you touched on it a little bit, but it might not have resonated with those watching at home. The vast majority of these grants are like 95% funded through the Federal Aviation Administration, and then Mass DOT has an aeronautics division, and they combine typically to cover, is it 95% of these grants? So that's why when we look at our own resource planning over time, it doesn't always rise to that. But it's not to say we don't do a 5-year plan, because the airport does, and they submit and work with the feds on that. So.
Thank you, Mr. Ailes. All set, Councilor Bowen? Yep. Councilors, any other questions? Councilor Feldman?
Yes. Thank you. I was wondering, you had mentioned that the revenue was put back into operations in the general enterprise fund. So without a grant like this, without grant support, is this the only kind of funding towards looking into the noise mitigation and studies at the airport?
Yeah, so since we don't fall under what's called a Part 150 study program by the FAA, because we don't fall under the requirements for the noise modeling contour, it would have had to been out of our local share only. So getting the grant that we did for the noise modeling study, that was not necessarily part of the master plan, but it was an ongoing effort to the master plan. So essentially it became an addendum as work efforts of our master plan, which is a 20-year plan for the airport and the communities that we serve. So it would have been without this grant, it would have been under our own shares. So we would have had to pay for it in full if we had wanted it. Fortunately, like I said, because of persistence, the state did actually give us this grant, which we normally wouldn't qualify for because we didn't fall under the parameters that they would give under those certain DNL, so DNL levels, because there just wasn't enough noise generated over certain areas of the airport profile.
Right. Follow-up question to that. Do you have some type of quick summary or press release about this type of grant and study that I could share? I think you're part of the task group or the noise subcommittee.
Yeah, absolutely. We did a major planning effort with noise in the community, particularly because we've had a major increase in operations, in flight operations. We have activity we have noise that's generated on the airport, but we also have communities that are around the airport. So we did undergo a major operation on our website. We did a noise group committee and ways that we could do an outreach to the communities of the neighbors around the airport. And so I think getting out this information that, you know, we did, of course, talk about this. We didn't qualify for the noise study because it's normally for much large airports that generate a lot of noise and other impacts. So it is important for the communities to realize what effort we went under to undergo this. And the airport itself has probably spent tens of thousands of dollars on its own budget just in relation to community relations and noise. So a press release on this would actually be very nice because we did undergo a massive effort to get out to the community to show what we were doing with our businesses, with the community members, on how we are trying to mitigate noise where we can, and where we do have our restrictions where we cannot actually restrict a certain flight operation just because of noise. That's part of the grant assurances that are signed, so we're not actually allowed to restrict that type of flight operation, if that makes sense.
It does. And I really appreciate the work that you've done in procuring this grant and the persistence, because as you know, it's in Ward 5 and I hear about it a lot. So it would be really nice to get everyone the same set of facts to work with, that we're all kind of on the same page, and that always helps everyone's understanding.
Right.
So.
And you know, noise is obviously an ongoing community issue, and like I said, we've been doing every measure that we've been possibly able to do with our own budget, with grants, with, you know, our businesses, in getting out the right communication to the communities. So thank you, I appreciate that.
So I do need to, we're going to have to recess this one because we're at 7:40. So I'm going to have to take a motion to recess this one to 7:55, please, for order 136.
So moved.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. So with that, we're going to recess the public hearing on order 135 to 7:55 so that we can open the public hearing, 7:40 public hearing on order 136, please, Ms. Kent.
City of Beverly ordered that the City Council of the City of Beverly hold a public hearing on Monday, May 16, 2022 at 7:40 p.m. at 191 Cabot Street, 3rd floor, Council Chambers, live stream on BevCam relative to a transfer of $3,620 from the Airport Enterprise Fund. And this was in the newspaper on May 9th.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ailes.
So very similar to the last one. One note that is important and relevant is the fact that the enterprise fund balance can afford both of these transfers that are before you tonight. I figured I would say that. But there's plenty of money left in that fund to cover these costs. But we're kind of already talking about the grants in tandem here. So.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ailes. Counselor, are there any questions? Counselor Rand.
Thank you. I had a quick question about the noise analysis, and I'm wondering, I read recently about a smaller municipal airport that is now operating electric planes, and I'm wondering if that's something you're thinking about, and if this noise analysis will sort of guide you in that direction.
Yeah, so actually that's one of my passions, fortunately. Yeah. So I have been working with some companies that are overseas in Europe, some major corporations, trying to bring them into Beverly because they are, I would say, some of the leading companies in what's called eVTOLs and electric vertical and conventional takeoff performance. And also different types of fuels, so alternative fuel sources. I do believe that is the absolute way of the future for all types of aircraft. I know, there are many companies, even airlines, getting on board with this, trying to do their effort, but I do believe that Beverly is the perfect place for this operation to take place, specifically because of the intercity ability that we can have for these operations that would normally, they're looking for electric aircraft operations, helicopter operations. They're looking for airports or areas that they can actually take off safely. And the demographics that we have in this area, the companies that would be able to use this, as well as, so the eventual goal, if some of you may know of this, is to be able to provide access to users who would not typically use the system to get intercity. So imagine your commute is, not an hour and a half, an hour. It's 6 minutes into downtown from the airport in an electric aircraft in a more affordable, sustainable, green, environmental fashion. So that is the ultimate goal. And so that is what I'm trying to bring on some of these leading companies to be able to develop and test in Beverly. And so we've had some really good interest with some of these companies on how we can have their year-round operations support financially as they're being still tested, still not quite ready for commercial use. There's lots of challenges with the system, but I fully am on board and believe that's the way for the future.
Thank you. That's very exciting. And I hope that, grants, like the noise analysis grant, can sort of support your work in that direction.
Yeah, and actually the director for the state is actually very much on board as well. So I've been working with him on establishing Beverly as hopefully a kind of like a test ground for electric and more clean, sustainable use.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there members of the public who would like to speak on Order 136? Great. With that, Mr. Perry, 1 minute again. I'm so sorry.
15 seconds.
Even better.
Promise. Consistent with what Mr. Yale said, there is sufficient funds there. You have approximately $322,000 left in the account. This conforms to your financial policies. It's a good idea to do matching grants. And as I wrote to you last week on May 12th, I'd recommend adoption not only of this one or the other transfer as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Perry.
10 seconds.
So with that, close that public hearing on Order 136. We'll refer that back to the Committee on Finance and Property. And Ms. Kent, let's open our 7:45 posted public hearing on Order 133, please.
City of Beverly, order number 133, order that the City Council of the City of Beverly hold a public hearing on Monday, May 16th, 2022 at 7:45 p.m. at 191 Cabot Street, 3rd floor, Council Chambers, live stream and BevCam relative to the petition from National Grid for Plan number 303-90943, Mark Cabot Street, and this was in the newspaper on May 9th.
Thank you very much. And our National Grid rep is here. Would you come to the podium and if there's anything you want to share with us about this plan?
Sabita Mahaber, representing National Grid, 44 River Street, Beverly, Massachusetts. This is to provide service to a state light at that location.
Thank you very much. Councilors, any questions about Councilor Rand?
Thank you so much. I'm curious if you're aware what kind of patch or trench will be completed after this work.
Hopefully the state puts it back the way they found it.
Okay, so follow up, please?
Yes, please.
So is the work being done by National Grid? Or is it being done by the state?
Yeah, we're only coring out from our manhole to their trench.
Okay, and this is all connected to the basically that redesign of the intersection at the base of the bridge?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All set, Councilor Rand?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from councilors on this one? Are there members of the public who would like to speak on the public hearing on Order 133, National Grid's plan for Cabot Street? Okay. We'll close that public hearing and refer that back to the Committee on Public Services. With 3 minutes to spare, Ms. Kent, let's go back to motions and orders and see if we can get Order 141 read.
Order number 141, be it obtained by the City Council of the City of Beverly as follows. Proposed order amending Beverly Ordinance Section 113-2, possession or consumption of alcohol in public ways, in public places or in private property by amending C as set forth below. Section 113-2, possession or consumption in public ways, in public places or on private property, notwithstanding paragraph A, Beverly restaurants may be allowed to operate, serve alcohol on city sidewalks, in parklets, parking spaces, public ways, or other public space, but only upon approval by the Health Department, Municipal Inspection Department, Planning Department, and Public Safety in accordance with standards established by the Planning Department. any such use and further subject to review and approval by the licensing board, including conditions imposed by such board. This paragraph C shall sunset and be no further force in effect as of April 1st, 2023. Proposed ordinance amending Beverly Ordinance, Section 192-61, sandwich board signs by amending paragraph E is set follows. Notwithstanding paragraphs A through D, sandwich board signs may be displayed without a permit issued by the city council, but only upon approval by the municipal inspections and planning departments in accordance with standard established by the planning department. The paragraph E shall sunset and be no further force in effect as of April 1st, 2023. Ordinance to take effect upon final publication.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kent. Very good. We'll open our 7:50 public hearing on order number 134.
Order number 134, City of Beverly, ordered that the City Council of the City of Beverly hold a public hearing on Monday, May 16, 2022, at 7:50 p.m. at 191 Cabot Street, 3rd floor, Council Chambers, live stream on BevCam, relative to the petition from National Grid for Plan Number 211-95878, marked Bayberry Lane. And this was in the newspaper on Monday, May 9th.
Thank you very much. And once again, I'll invite our National Grid rep to come up and share anything about this plan with us, please.
Sabita Mahabir, representing National Grid, 44 River Street, Beverly, Massachusetts. This is to redo some antiquated services in that area, basically to bring everything up to code.
Thank you. Councilors, are there questions? Councilor Feldman.
Yes, thank you. If I'm reading this correctly, are you just replacing current equipment? There's nothing, it doesn't look like anything new is being installed, poles or anything like that. It's just all the equipment is being?
Wires, conduits, we are installing 2 new handholds, which are shown on that.
Oh, okay. Now I see it. Got
Well,
it.
Yeah.
At the top of the, at the top of the street and then halfway down. Okay. Okay. That's it. Thanks.
All set, Councilor Feldman. Thank you. Councilors, other questions on this one? Are there members of the public who would like to speak on the public hearing on order number 134, National Grid Plan 211-95878? This is on Bayberry Lane. Seeing none, I will close this public hearing, refer that back to the Committee on Public Services, and now wish that I had not recessed the other one all the way to 7:55. One thing I should have said for members of the public who joined us since we had started reading the motions and orders is that Order 141 that you all just heard Ms. Kent read in the in-between time, the reason that no action happened on that at this meeting is because any proposed ordinance change requires more than one public meeting before it can go for final passage. And I should have said that so that anyone hearing that was wondering why we did not act on that. That will happen at our June 6th meeting. This is also probably a good time. Yes.
A little later, the pub board.
Yeah. This is also a good time, as people are starting to gather, I think, for the 8 p.m. hearing, to just mention that there is a sign-up sheet for the 8 p.m. hearing, as well as the others, although I can see that the others are all blank. But for those who might like to speak at the 8 o'clock hearing on National Grid, you can come forward. They're on this desk in front of the council, and you can come up at any point. I will reiterate this multiple times as we get closer to the hearing and throughout, so that we don't miss anyone who would like to speak publicly on this matter. Great. Anybody on the council have an announcement you were going to save for the end that you'd like to make in the next 3 minutes? And the council have a joke you'd like to tell? You know. All right. Perfect. Yeah.
2-minute recess.
We could. Councilor Rand, that's a great suggestion. I'd entertain a motion to take a 2-minute recess so we can all come back fresh for the rest of the meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. We'll take a 2-minute recess. Thank you, Councilor Rand. This is on order number 135, recessed to 7:55, and so we will pick that up now. And I believe we were dropping off with Councillor Houseman wanting to ask a question. Councillor Houseman, did you have a question on this one? I think when we left off on the hearing on order 135, the transfer of $17,510 from the Airport Enterprise Fund, if you had been waiting to ask a question, I believe. Did you have a question on this one, Councillor Houseman? I feel like we left off where you were waiting.
Yeah, I just had a question. It's just a quick question regarding the amount of the state and federal that's going to be matching our contribution from the Airport Enterprise Fund. Just two numbers.
Thank you, Councillor Houseman. Our grants director, Catherine Barrett, is here.
Yeah. Thank you, Catherine Barrett, Director of Grants. Those were presented, I believe, 2 weeks ago when the public hearing was set up, the actual figures. I don't have them with me, but I have them down in my office if you need me to. You got them? Oh, okay. Great, Terry. Thank you.
Thank you. So our budget analyst, Mr. Jerry Perry.
In my memo that I'm sure the councilor read.
I have, and I'd like my memory refreshed.
Yeah, there's it's a $70,000 40 grant is the first one where they're looking for a match of $17,510, and then the second one is they get if you transfer $3,620 to match a $14,480 grant.
Thank you very much.
All set, Councillor Houseman?
I am, thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, any other questions on this public hearing? Are there members of the public who would like to speak in the public hearing on Order 135, the transfer of $17,510 from the Airport Enterprise Fund? Seeing none, and we'll close that public hearing and refer that back to the Committee on Finance and Property. And as we are now preparing, we're in the last couple minutes before we open our 8 o'clock hearing, and I know people are gathering, this is a good opportunity for me to just reiterate that members of the public that would like to speak in the 8 o'clock public hearing can do so by signing up on the sign-up sheet. Our city clerk, Ms. Kent, will collect up the other ones so there's no confusion. You can come and sign up at this point or anytime during the public hearing, and then we'll call speakers in order. Thank you, Ms. Kent. And I also will repeat that invitation a few times during the time that the public hearing is open. So if you're not yet sure that you'd like to speak, never fear. There will be another opportunity to either come up and sign your name or to be acknowledged on the floor. And as has been the case with this hearing, we've been recessing this hearing in this process since March. And so we will be spending about an hour tonight on the public hearing, starting with any public comment that people may want to make. And then I'm going to open up to city councilors to ask questions and return for any other comment from either city staff or members of the public before we conclude. Councilor Rand.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry to interrupt. Knowing that this will take about an hour, would you mind sort of laying out, I know there are people here for committee meetings later on, if you wouldn't mind just sort of addressing that so that people know they could leave and come back if they wanted to.
Great question, Councilor Rand. Yes, anybody who's here, if you are waiting for anything that's in subcommittee right now, I know there are some folks waiting for things that are before some of our subcommittees. This public hearing that's beginning in a minute will go until about 9 p.m. So if you're here for a subcommittee meeting, that will be the next thing that picks up after this portion of the public hearing. So you're welcome to stay for this portion, but if you're here for anything that's before legal affairs, finance and property, or public services, you have time to go get coffee or dinner and come back and join us at about 9. Go for a leisurely stroll, whatever works best for you. Thank you, Councilor Rand. Great point. With that brings us to 8 p.m. So I will open our 8 o'clock public hearing on order number 65. And this is continued from our prior meetings. Yes, please. I think we'll have Ms. Kent read the order to just make sure anyone who's new or newly joining us on BevCam has the information.
Order number 65, the City of Beverly ordered that the City Council of the City of Beverly hold a public hearing on Monday, April 4, 2022 at 8 p.m. in 191 Cabot Street, 3rd floor, Council Chambers, live stream on BevCam relative to the petition of New England Power Company for an electric transmission line franchise, aka grant of location in accordance with GL Chapter 166, Section 2122. And this is continuation, I think the fourth one?
Yes, thank you. And I will mention as well that it's our hope that this evening we will conclude taking comments except under specific requests from the City Council. And so then we will begin to move towards next steps in the process where the City Council can have a chance to ask further questions and also continue deliberating on this matter. Are there members of the public who would, I know no one's had a chance to sign up yet, but is there anyone who would like to speak as the hearing is opening? Knowing that this, I'm going to kind of go in a circle on this one, so starting with the public and concluding. So if no one would like to start us off, that's okay. I just wanted to open the floor to begin. Mr. Averill? If you would, I know you're a professional at this. Name and address, and I think Councilor Rotundo, would you mind keeping time for us?
Of course.
We'll try to stick to 3 minutes per speaker. And Councilor Rotundo, I don't know what song you're going to choose for us today.
Nor do I, so we'll see, and time will tell.
I'll respond to any music you choose.
Fantastic.
My name is Timothy Averill, 165 Lothrop Street, here in Beverly. I'd like to just make a couple of points. First, I would love to thank our City Council for all of the consideration that you have given to the requests of all of us who asked to pause the project. We strongly feel that you are protecting the best interests of the City of Beverly, of all of the ratepayers, and of your constituents, and we understand that this is not an easy ask. At this point, our group has had a number of meetings to try to discuss where we might go here. The key asks that we have for you tonight are to please implement a strong working group that can draft the conditions that ought to be followed in the memorandum of agreement that we have with National Grid, and to ensure also that this working group that would be formulated would have community and resident representation. That will be to allow us to make sure that we've ensured the safety of all people in the community, that we've answered a lot of the questions. We totally appreciate the support that we've had from the city here. You know that we are not people who have frequently appeared before the City Council over the years asking for any special considerations, and we believe this is something that affects every single ratepayer throughout the North Shore, and that Beverly can be a new model for how to deal with the rather behemoth National Grid that is used to being able to have these things occur. I'm not going to go back over the history of all of this. I'm looking forward to having the study, and that way, whatever decision is ultimately made, we will know it is made with the safest possible considerations for all people in Beverly. It's about 2:45 now, right?
You got plenty of time. You're so good.
Okay, all right.
In a minute.
Well, that's very good. That's enough from me, I'm sure.
Thank you, Mr. Averill. Thank you very much. I did just want to take a moment to acknowledge too that His Honor the Mayor, Mayor Cahill, is here with us and just joined us. Thank you, Mayor Cahill. And I think I saw Chief of Staff Jocelyn Rell-Kursker is here with us, as well as Mike Collins, our Commissioner of Public Services, Darlene Wynn, our Planning Director. I did mention her at our special meeting at 6 o'clock, but I will again mention and thank for being here. Assistant Solicitor Beth Old-Mixon is here. And also in the back row, the Mayor's Constituent Services Director, Ronnie Jacobson, is here, as well as representatives from Representative Jerry Paracella's office and also State Senator Joan Lovely's office. So thank you again for being here with us. Did I miss anybody? Okay. Are there other members of the public who would like to speak at this time? Thank you. Come on up to the podium, please. And again, I'll just ask you to do your name and address for the record, and Councilor Rotundo will be our timekeeper when you're ready to go.
This will be brief. My name is David Mahood, 191 Lothrop Street, and that was great, Tim. I appreciate your sentiments, well spoken, and also kudos to the City Council for hearing us out. That's all we can ask, and a lot of you were great in responding to me personally, so I appreciate that. So, and by the way, today was 106 degrees in India, throughout India, so if we don't think this is a global problem, we're kidding ourselves. But fossil fuel companies like National Grid have been profiting at the expense of the planet for years. And National Grid doesn't want to expand renewable energy unless they can make money at it. And if you don't believe me, consider that the shadow lobby group, Mass Coalition for Sustainable Energy, which includes National Grid, Eversource, Enbridge, and others, is actively lobbying against the expansion of renewable energy. According to Craig Altomose, Executive Director of 350 Mass Action, he states, "It's reprehensible for utilities to use ratepayer money to lobby against their ratepayers' interests. These are government-sanctioned monopolies that are using the funds they collect against our future," end quote. And to add to that indignity, we now get to witness this from our front porches. All I can ask is that my local political representatives hold fossil fuel companies and their distribution network accountable. Beverly, as a designating green community, needs to transition off fossil fuels at a much faster pace. This pipeline is counter to that premise. Stop giving National Grid and other fossil fuel organizations a pass. In the end, isn't that the basis of what we owe our children and what we owe generations to come?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mahood, for being here with us. Any other member of the public at this time in the meeting? Thank you. Mr. Mayor, we didn't really confer about this. Was there anything that you wanted to have a chance to say this evening? I don't want to put you on the spot, but I didn't want to omit you having a chance to speak at all this evening.
Thank you, Madam President. I guess I would just say that I wasn't really planning to speak, but I would say that what Mr. Averill said makes a lot of sense. I know we've talked about it. I know it's really important that that if you folks end up approving this grant of a location application, then the conditions are critical, and it's very important that we work real hard together on making sure that the ratepayers of Beverly and people who are going to see this route go by there, go along their street, if in fact that's where it's going to go, that we collectively protect them as best we possibly can. And to Mr. Mahood's point, I think this is a daily battle for us, 365 days a year. There's nothing more important. I know Mr. Miller spoke at the beginning of the meeting. We're trying to engage in climate work every day of our lives. We all know how important it is, and I appreciate the council's partnership in all of it, so thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I do want to mention that one of the things that we've done in the intervening weeks since the last time that we had a session of this public hearing, and I did mention this at the conclusion of the last time that we met together, was that working with our city clerk, we shared some of the documents that we received from National Grid with members of our city staff who were most responsible sort of for oversight of those areas. For example, with the health department, the rodent control plan that we had received from National Grid. And the reason for our doing that was so that councilors would have information from experts in those various fields who work with us on the city side to be able to weigh in. So I did just want to acknowledge, councilors, you should have received, and Ms. Kent will make sure to get these to Ms. Jacobson to be added to the sort of central landing place for residents and others to be able to find information. But we did receive responses from Mr. Burke, who's the Director of Public Health, Bill Burke, as well as Eric Barber, our city engineer, We also received a letter from the Town of Wenham Board of Selectmen. We also received a response from the Historic District Commission, as well as Darlene Wynn, our planning director. And Commissioner Collins, I know that you and I you sent me an email and we were sort of an email chain. Is there anything that you want to have a chance to say this evening, or easier to have you available for questions? I'm happy to defer to which feels better to you.
I'm happy to answer any and all questions anytime.
Thank you very much. Before we move to questions from councilors at this point, National Grid team, did you have anything that you wanted to have a chance to say at this point? Thank you. And if you would also state your name and address as well.
Thank you, Council, for letting me have an opportunity to speak. Tim O'Leary, National Grid Project Manager for the N192 project. I'd like to just take a couple minutes, keep it under 3, to reiterate the need for this cable. I know some of the things that I talk about, people in the city, some agree, some are neutral, some are in favor, some disagree. That's understandable. I love the passion. I love the fact that folks have given us an opportunity to talk about it. They've listened. They've asked a lot of questions from the state level, at the senator's office, the representative's office. We've answered many, many questions. Some verbally, many in writing now, so our words aren't construed differently. This process did start with the city back in 2018. I personally wasn't part of the process. I wasn't on the team. And this process went on for quite some time in the selection of the route. From that point, the EFSB application went in June of 2019. Now, all this time, the cable is continually getting older and older and subject to failure. During that time frame, the MOA was discussed. From what I'm told, I can't speak for the city, went on for months, the discussions, to an agreement was decided with the city of Beverly. There's an MOA that's in existence. We all know. Everybody's seen it. It's public. The need for this is critical. I'm not going to try to scare people, but I know what I'm going to say is going to scare some people. This cable is getting old. Every week and every month that goes by since we got approval from the state in October, it just continues to have a reliability concern, not just for the city of Beverly, but all the cities and towns and the communities, the businesses that rely on this electricity. We're really asking for a vote on this. We did not put in our application for a grant of location at the city's request, which was a very reasonable request. They asked us to hold off so you could have some studies done on your behalf, which was great. You hired a few experts. They did the studies. Hopefully they concluded to what you might have needed to hear from them. Whether you agreed or disagreed, I think there's a lot of folks in the room that can look at those studies. They're fairly accurate studies. We then, in February, provided the permit application. We're now in May. We're requesting a vote. We can't wait much longer to start construction on this pivotal cable. This is not going to, which I know is a frustrating point. This is not something that's going to get fixed in weeks. We've had great reliability up in this area. There's a gentleman who spoke a few months ago about how great the reliability has been. There has hardly been any outages. Fact is, there's a lot of work that goes in behind the scenes to make that happen. It's also Mother Nature. We've been lucky. But the Commonwealth of Massachusetts hasn't been lucky. We've had, in the last 15 years, tornadoes, Superstorm Sandy, 3 snowstorms in October when the leaves are heavy. It didn't affect Cape Ann as much as other areas of the Commonwealth. But we had an ice storm in 2008 that experts said wouldn't happen again for 50 years. Other experts are saying now with, I'm not a climatologist, I'm not a meteorologist, that ice storms are going to happen over and over and over. If we have a cable failure, an underground cable that's going to take years to fix, and the one overhead cable is subject to Mother Nature and extreme weather, ice storms, you name it, that's not going to be fixed. If you talk to folks in other parts of the state that have lived through the ice storm in 2008, they were without power for up to 3 weeks before Christmas in 2008, north central Massachusetts. It happened very close here in the Merrimack Valley. We have a huge reliability concern on it. We get passionate about it because we're trying to serve our customers. we ask you to please move on a vote for this petition. Thank you.
Thank you. As I said, my intent is to go a little bit cyclical on this one. Mr. Younger, I do see your hand, so I'm going to invite you to the podium. Name and address for the record. And then what I'd like to do after Mr. Younger has a chance to comment is, counselors, I'd like to open it for some questions from counselors. And I'm going to watch the time so that we can make sure to, I'd like to come back around to leave time for public comment at the end before we conclude for the evening. Of course, this also includes anyone else in the room, city staff, National Grid team, all included in the public comment. Mr. Younger.
Thank you, President Flowers. I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but I just wanted to reiterate some of the other folks in the room and give my gratitude to you all on the council in giving us all the opportunity to have a dialogue. And I want you to know that you have time to make this decision. And please take the time to make sure you have all the information that you need to make it. And thank you, Mr. Mayor, too. Well, I have the opportunity, Mr. Collins, too. But please take the time. There's a lot of information, and it's a lot to go through. But it's all there, and I hope you make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Younger. And I'm sorry, at the beginning, did you say your address for the record as well?
Sorry, 32 Buttman Street.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Counselors, I'd like to open up the time for some questions from all of you. These can be questions for National Grid staff, or also Commissioner Collins is here, and some other city staff as well. Councilor Feldman.
Yes, thank you. I understand that the memorandum of understanding or agreement was drafted in several years ago now, and it was brought to my attention by Councilor Sweeney that the figures associated with the repaving of the streets and the cost of what that would entail has, between shortages and labor and costs recently, has really expanded. And I know that Commissioner Collins has worked on new numbers, and I was just hoping to possibly hear from Commissioner Collins, if you would be so kind, as I know that it has expanded by about 50,000. I can't remember I could pull up the figure. If Councilor Sweeney could help me out.
Thank you, Councilor Feldman.
Yeah.
Sure, to elaborate, this is a matter that I've discussed with Commissioner Collins. I know we have collectively as a council posed this in letters to you all from National Grid. In Section 10 of the MOU, subsection A, there is a provision that mentions the amount of funding that National Grid will pay to the city for the relevant repaving work associated with this project. That figure is $2,750,000, which was agreed upon between National Grid and the city in March of 2020. So to Councilor Feldman's points, obviously, the economic conditions that we all operate in have changed pretty significantly in the 2+ years since then. And so I know in talking with Commissioner Collins that obviously the cost of routine paving in the city has gone up. And so we have posed this in memos to you all, I believe, but I certainly know that that is a matter I would like resolved going into any potential agreement, if you all could speak to it now or at a later date with regards to an updated estimate of that roughly $2.8 million figure.
Thank you very much, counselors, and a nice team effort there.
Thank you. Tim O'Leary, National Grid, once again. We have looked at some of the paving costs for those obvious reasons. Supply and demand and the materials of industry labor have gone up in a number of areas. In other areas, they actually haven't. They've become more efficient. However, we looked at those. We've had some discussions with Commissioner Collins, and we'll continue to have the discussions with the Commissioner to find out the reasonable increase that's expected, and we'd work on those details with him. Absolutely.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
And we've already been in discussions with the Commissioner.
And that will be included then in a revised memorandum of agreement, correct? Is that how that would be?
There hasn't been a figure that's been concluded about, but I think we're very close to that discussion with the Commissioner.
We can memorialize it.
Okay. Thank you.
All set, Councillor Feldman.
I am. Thank you.
And Councillor Sweeney.
Thank you.
And just a reminder I should have said this at the beginning, for all of us, especially anyone who might be sitting in the benches, if you do have a question, if you either could direct it to me or through me, and then make sure that either I repeat it in a microphone or if I'll invite you to go to the podium, and that's for our BevCam studio audience. We don't want to miss, anybody miss some of the questions that might be coming. Councillors, are there other questions? Councillor Bowen.
Thank you. I had a related question on the consulting engineer that the city would be able to hire to sort of be our eyes and ears along the route and watch and make sure that everything that's been agreed to is going according to plan. So was curious for Commissioner Collins and maybe for the National Grid team as well, if you could talk both about the cost, whether that is still reasonable given what hiring looks like right now for highly skilled people, and just talk a little bit more about that role and what in particular residents along the route and those of us on the council who want to stay up to date with how things are going and how things are looking on the route from that expert will have communication. And one sort of side question in the memorandum of understanding, it says that the consulting engineer will observe construction activities but will not have the authority to direct National Grid contractors. No monies paid for under this provision may be used to oppose the project in any public or private settings or discussions. And I just wanted to make sure if the consulting engineer spots an issue that they think requires a pause or a change in strategy, does that provision prevent them from raising that to those of us that might need to?
I really think that, no offense to the lawyers in the room, those are the kind of things lawyers write to just preserve rights and whatnot, but in practice, if we chose this path because we have Eric Barber has done an amazing job of making the engineering department more capable and reorganizing how the staff in there works, and we have some new positions we filled, so we have a much more robust construction inspection program. But this is going to be a long-term project. It would take a lot of our resources, so this approach allows us to bring in a consultant that we work with who's actually done this on other cable projects, familiar with the construction, to really be our eyes and ears on the job on an everyday basis. We're also going to be overseeing it with our own staff, but this will be somebody who can be with the contractor every day. And there's every expectation if our engineer, our outside engineer, sees something, the way it works in the real world, they're going to talk to the contractor, and if it's a safety issue, everything stops. Everyone agrees on that. If it's a quality of life issue, I often think that these projects are really scary before they get built, and when they're being built, people are like, so when's it going to start? I'm like, well, we came by here last week and we're done. So there can be a lot of this that isn't as scary once it comes into play. And once you've actually got a construction crew in front of your home, you'll find out that they go really out of their way to not be a pain. They're human beings. They live in neighborhoods. And, we literally, they'll be dragging trash barrels down the street on trash day to make sure the trash gets picked up, and those kind of quality of life things that really make a difference. But I don't think that clause in the MOA doesn't scare me at all. It's really something, it's just like I said, lawyers love that kind of language, but in practice, even if this outside engineer was ignored, they would come right to us and say, this is the issue, we would go down there, and if it needs to stop, if it needs to be shut down, we would shut it down right then and there and work out the issues. This is a team. However the feelings are about the project as a whole, we've worked with National Grid on a lot of projects, and particularly on the electric side, the margin of safety is so narrow that they're very cautious in what they do. As a rule, particularly on the electric side, they don't do it as much, so therefore we find that construction a lot easier to deal with.
Follow-up, Councilor Bowen.
Yes, if I may, just so that's helpful for context, and I think just some clarity on the $200,000 number, is that still appropriate as things have changed? The 18-month
It's a fair
timeline
question.
that we're looking at, and then also just that issue of sort of what kind of updates can that person provide either through the department or directly as part of the overall, it being such a big project.
You mean in terms of like a communication plan, or yeah?
No, more in terms of like updates, not only the sort of emails that we can get about what's about to happen, but really kind of updates on what has been happening. Has everything been going according to plan? Have any changes been made that were sort of on the spot? That kind of communication throughout the life
Sure.
of the project.
The project website does have its own, dedicated weekly email blast that they do about from National Grid's perspective of how the project's going, what has been done and what to expect. In terms of whether or not, the construction, whether it's putting in a kitchen or putting in 3 miles of 115 kV, all it is solving the next problem. So I can guarantee you there's going to be problems, and they're going to be solved as they become as they are approached. And if there's remarkable problems that are overcome or require design changes or whatever, we can discuss those and just make you aware of them. But I think we know how we want it to be constructed, and we're going to hold to that standard. There's been a lot of effort that has gone into the design, much more than most projects, because most projects aren't this critical. So I can say from the city's perspective, we're getting a lot more information. We can see that National Grid has gone out and recovered a lot more information about the underground utilities, much more so. They've gone to much greater lengths than most projects would go to try to design out the uncertainty, because the last thing they want is change orders or surprises mid-construction. So it seems to be a very conservative design that's taken a very conservative approach to their path throughout the underground utilities. So that doesn't mean there's no risk. There's always risk in construction in terms of changes, but it really seems to be a pretty conservative approach.
And just to close the loop, and then I know there are many other questions to be asked, but given the amount of money and sort of the timelines we're looking at, do we anticipate being able to hire someone for the amount in the MOU on the timeline that they would be on the job when the work starts and throughout? Is that
I believe,
still realistic?
Yes, I believe we could procure somebody. Whether or not, it's a fair question whether or not the amount is sufficient. We know who we would like to contract with already. To represent the city, because it's somebody that's done it before on other projects, on other cable projects, and it's somebody who's already represented the city in a number of other projects. So if we could procure those services pretty quickly, whether or not 200 grand's enough, I don't know. We'd have to go back and take a quick look at it. It's a fair question. It depends on how long the project lasts, honestly. If it goes very slowly, then, it may not be.
Thank you, Councillor Bowen. Councillor Rotundo.
Thank you, Madam President. This is actually geared towards National Grid. So a couple of questions that have been asked is, one was the King Street alternative, which there was discussion that it would be cheaper and less detrimental damage going forward, that it'd be less work. So if just a brief update on that to kind of clarify that. And then one other question is in regards to if it, in fact, that National Grid was to go to the route that's been designed. I know some of the residents who have foundations that they're concerned about maybe being damaged due to the construction work. Is there remediation as well as, where they'll be able to have pre-inspection and post-inspection? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rotundo. Thank you, Mr. O'Leary.
You're welcome. Tim O'Leary, thanks for the question, Councilor. There's a couple questions there, so if I bounce around there for a second. We have a firm, very common to all of our projects, and all the utilities typically do something very similar nowadays to large construction projects, who go out, and they've actually already done it in the cities just south of here. We'll be doing a full video survey of the roads, the conditions, the some of the foundations, some of the stone walkways, sidewalks, things of that nature. We'll be doing the outside of all the, we'll call it a premise, residential, commercial establishment. And in that letter that goes out, it also recommends calling for if someone wants an interior survey done. It does take a considerable more amount of time, and a lot of folks don't want somebody coming in their house. I get that. But a lot of people will allow them to come in and do a survey. You try to do it very sort of like right up against construction. You want to try to do it within a few weeks prior to start of construction on that road. And there's a good amount of people who do take part of that survey. For the external portion of their house, that'll be done automatic, or their business. For the internal, they'd have to sign and agree to that. And it does take about an hour for someone to come in, depending on the size, and do that. So that's an option for customers and business owners. The second piece of that is for the King Street alternative. That was a project alternative. It wasn't a route selection, right? So there's a lot of discussions. There's been some answers provided back in writing. The FSB answered this project as well. The King Street was a separate project that was looked at in conjunction with replacing the N192 cable. It was not a route selection. The King Street project goes through 6 towns. It starts, I think it's Groveland, Georgetown, Boxford, Topsfield, Wenham, and into Beverly. It's 11 miles of overhead construction in right-of-ways that are heavily, predominantly in wetlands. It also takes in the fact that 6 communities have to say yes. 6 communities have to have the available land to even sell to National Grid if it was even feasible, and if it was environmentally feasible to even build on that. All those things were concluded that it was not even feasible. But even if it was, once it came the 11 miles, which is very costly, to Beverly, it's still going to come underground, actually 4 miles, just to get to the East Beverly substation. So the underground construction would be just as impactful, if not more, than the project that's a preferred route that the EFSB approved. Then, from East Beverly substation, we'd be back right in front of you with another permit application to come from East Beverly, right along the same route, back here to River Street, which is about 3 miles, as we all are well aware of. So that's about 7 miles in order to have the same benefit of what is in front, that went in front of the EFSB that they approved for. So it was not a route selection. It wasn't something that was a selection process back in 2018 with the city. It was a whole different project that was looked at. It was presented to the EFSB so they could see that we did all of our engineering. They found that it was not feasible whatsoever as well.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Councilor Rotundo. Councilor Rand.
Thank you. My question centers around some of the comments from Mr. Mahood. I know electricity is a key to the future of clean energy, and I'm wondering how this project integrates with plans for clean energy, and just if someone could, from National Grid, could sort of speak to the comments of this project not supporting that, and National Grid in general not moving towards that effort quickly enough. And of course, how that all relates to this project in particular.
Thank you, councilors. Short again. My name is Danielle Loretz, and I am leading the stakeholder relations and outreach for the project. So to explain the way that the system works and that power delivery works is you have generation. Generation is what makes electricity, and those are from generation plants. Generation plants can be a number of different sources. They could be offshore wind, onshore wind, nuclear, natural gas. And what the National Grid does not own generation. You're not allowed to own all segments of the sector. So what we have to do is we are charged to procure that energy from the generation and move it through our transmission system to the distribution system. Transmission is a mix of all of that. So it's not just from one generation plant. It's like a big giant soup, for lack of a better word. So it could be the power that moves through those transmission lines and through new transmission lines includes power from offshore wind, onshore wind, solar, as well as your traditional plants. So the transmission system is what is actually making it capable for us to move to a cleaner energy future, because it's what's bringing the power from where it's made to where it's got to go.
A follow-up, Councilor Rand, please.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So is there a written plan on how this, because we've heard about how this project is key to sort of the future of clean energy, but we haven't heard necessarily how National Grid is committed to that future. So I understand that you're purchasing the energy that's going through the transmission line, and I would love to see the percentage and the sort of, 5, 10 to 50-year plan about how that becomes a higher percentage of renewable energy.
Okay, we can definitely get that. I don't have it offhand unless somebody on the team does, but we can get that information, and I can let you know that, as more renewable generation does come online, that adds to what's in the system. So it's kind of like what's available becomes, the more that's available, the more it gets infused into the system. But we can get you the plan and the vision.
President Flowers, through you, back to National Grid, if I may.
Go ahead, yes, Councilor Rand.
And I understand that this may seem disconnected to the placement of this line, but the reality is that constituents are very concerned, and actually the city of Beverly has proceeded with so many initiatives that we're very committed to clean energy. So I think it's just good practice to understand what the plan and path forward is, especially considering that this line has been used as a tool to say, it's been sort of touted as, look, if your future is clean energy, then how are you gonna implement that without an upgraded system? So that's sort of just to share with you my line of reasoning for that question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Rand.
And I just piggyback on what Danielle said, and we will get you, the company just announced recently a plan to reach a fossil-free, I don't know what the right word is, but by 2050, right? So the procurement will be completely fossil-free. So that is our goal that we've committed to publicly with all our investors and everybody, and we're constantly working hard towards that now. That is the directive we've been given from the top down. And any discussion you hear about climate change necessarily involves discussion of electrification, right? So electrification by necessity will mean more transmission, because the transmission is needed as the backbone to help all those small renewables and even large renewables to interconnect and provide their electrons into the grid. So we need a very robust transmission system in order to accomplish that electrification goal. So the plan will get more details, but I just wanted to give that overview.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. And Councilor Rand, thank you for those questions. It'd be helpful if, when we receive that plan, could go to our city clerk's office and also to Constituent Services Director Ronnie Jacobson, who's been making sure that everything we're receiving is available for the public. And so, Ms. Jacobson, if you wouldn't mind working with Ms. Kent to make sure we can get that plan posted for public viewing as well, that'd be wonderful. Councilor Houseman, I saw your hand.
Thank you, President Flowers. Yeah, I'm going to focus on 4 specific items that are almost broken down into 3 items. The first item I want to ask questions about, and this goes primarily to National Grid, but would also involve Mr. Collins as well. I've heard several different explanations, but the bottom line is I really want to hear a commitment from National Grid related to Exhibit A, which is entitled Repaving Scope of Work. The memorandum of agreement refers to work that will be done to repave streets that are affected from curb to curb. Exhibit A spells out a list of streets that would be affected by that. that Exhibit A and the streets listed do not include East Lothrop Street, Cross Street, or Boyle Street. Now, I've heard that that is simply an oversight, but that is basically the entire length of Ward 4. And I want to hear from National Grid that to basically repeat the understanding that I've heard, which is that that was an oversight, basically a Scrivener's error, and that those streets are included in Exhibit A as the work that will be done when repavement is taken care of. So I guess first to National Grid.
I was involved with those negotiations, and there was no intent that I recall to exclude those streets. Whatever street was disrupted would be restored. And the structure of that was, we did an estimate, we negotiated that with Commissioner Collins and the mayor, settled on a number. The city would take that and do their own restoration. The company would pay that in full, but the city would do the work, or contract for the work. But there was no intent to exclude streets, so that, I believe that is an error.
Okay, and so the amendment by National Grid is that those streets will be included in that list and what's being agreed to in terms of repaving work, correct? Those streets?
Correct, yeah, if those are disturbed, correct.
Okay, thank you. Another question, unrelated to the previous question, is notice, the legal notice goes, such as it has gone out, has gone to property owners, which would be landlords. What about notice to tenants? How has the process been handled, and how will it be handled in terms of future communication to make sure that any property that may have tenants in it, whether it's partially or completely in any given structure, the tenants are given notice as well?
I can say I'll just speak to the siting board process, that all notices for that proceeding went to each individual tenant, not to the owner. So going forward, Danielle can speak to that.
Danielle Loretz. For all notifications, every single mailing that we've done for projects, as well as our door-to-door outreach, we have not just only the abutters list of property owners, but we also do get tenant information. And when we're out there, when we do mail things, we do include property owner and current resident.
So tenants come and go, and so how do you keep track of who might be a tenant? Is it resident second floor, or how do you?
So if it was an apartment building and you had apartment 125, it would be current resident of apartment 125, unless we had a specific name that we were able to pull from the town assessor's office.
Okay.
Or the city's assessor's office, my apologies.
Okay. A third question, also unrelated to the previous two, relates specifically to people who may have specific health issues. So I know that at least one of my constituents has reached out to National Grid. I believe he has a pacemaker or a similar kind of device. What kind of proactive outreach has National Grid done, or will it do prior to construction, to make sure that anyone who hasn't sort of affirmatively followed this, because not everyone does, to identify those areas or those residents who may have sensitive health issues that might require or benefit from particular attention to this project?
I would respectfully ask that you be a little bit more specific, because when we're doing, so the best example I have is when we are out there doing door-to-door and we're talking to the residents, we ask them, if you have any concerns, you have, an 800 number, you can contact us via email, and when people have told us, I have a visiting nurse service coming to my house, or physical therapy, or, I have to make sure that, my van can, with wheelchair accessibility, can get into my driveway. We ensure that we are letting the construction team know about that, and that we're also, for lack of a better term, hand-holding that specific situation.
So you have developed a specific list of those residents which would need that kind of assistance?
If they have told us, yes, we have a list. If they have not told us, there's no way for me to access that information.
And so in terms of proactively trying to identify that would be the efforts that you have used so far has been what specifically? Going house to house asking folks?
So when we're going house to house and we're having those conversations with residents, we don't specifically ask, do you have a medical condition you're concerned about? That just wouldn't be something that would be prompted as a natural conversation. However, when people have said, oh, hey, do you have any concerns as we're getting into construction, and they say something, then we absolutely take notes of it. But we're not proactively out there asking people if they have medical conditions or if they have health concerns.
So could you elaborate on what kind of house-to-house contact National Grid will have in person as the construction goes through the city from section to section?
Yes, we will be canvassing the neighborhoods roughly about a week to a week and a half prior to hitting construction in that specific street. So if it's, if there's 4 streets that we're going to be working on, we're out there about a week and a half ahead of time, letting people know next week we're going to be on this street.
And when you let people know, are you satisfied by simply dropping something, at the door, or do you make sure you actually have actual person-to-person contact at every location?
It depends on people's comfortability. Some people don't want to answer their door, so we leave the information, we let them know that we were there, and that they can contact us and talk to us and share their questions, comments, or any concern that they have.
Okay. I guess I would request or suggest that as you do your advance outreach for this, that you include some kind of prompt that might keep people to think regarding any health issues that they may have that could be anticipated that might have effect on whatever that health issue is. So it is it is specifically a sort of general question, not a specific question, because people may have a sensitivity around health issues. But if it's possible to, what I would suggest and request is there be some kind of specific prompt that's included in that dialogue, in the outreach, that will suggest to people they might want to consider that as something they want to discuss in terms of advanced planning. The last item, 4th item, is construction hours and work hours. So the memorandum of understanding at this point refers to construction hours being from 7 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. And that there may be exceptions that would include weekend hours as well, and that if there are exceptions to those hours, advance notice would be given to the city engineer. I think that something, and this would go to Mr. Collins as well, or maybe the mayor potentially, some notice provision other than simply notifying the city engineer for exception work, regardless of it, of the cause of that exception work, that would be cause for holiday or weekend work or extra. The MOA refers to days in which those 7 to 4:30 hours may not be able to be complied with for particular sensitive construction issues. What can be done to provide better communication to residents other than an email, which the MOA refers to, that would go to the city engineer?
One of the, as we've stated a number of times, the main way to communicate with residents is having them opt into that email blast, because we do provide timely information about construction for the week, and then we would also, if a Saturday work hours were needed, we would be letting people know that way as well. There's no, we don't do robocalls. It's basically through email. So what we could do, if we have enough advance notice, we would be able to maybe go out to that specific area and kind of leave notices on doors saying, hey, we're going to be here on Saturday working as well. Or we could also do what we've done with other cities and other towns is the city's communications director also helps us get the word out through, whether it's an email blast from their town manager's office or something like that, to residents as well, or they put something up on the town's website, or social media accounts like the city's Facebook page or something like that. That's also been done before. So we've worked in conjunction and partnership with different departments and cities to help try and get that word out.
Thank you. May I continue with the follow-up question?
Yeah, a follow-up, and then I just want to be mindful, I'd like to move us back towards public. I know we have two public speakers. Yeah, thank you, Councilor Husband.
So if I may, you're doing advance notice to residents ahead of time, and I have to think that your construction plans are detailed enough that you know where you're going to have construction locations that are going to require or likely to require special exceptions for your work hours. And I would think that as a condition, or however we memorialize it, that advance notice ought to include indications of when exceptions might occur, so that we have both advance notice to residents, but so that we can also sort of keep track of making sure that we don't have an abuse, if you will, of the use of that device to enable to have work hours that are not part of the sort of standardized work hours during the work week.
I just want to address a couple of your concerns, Councilor. I don't want folks to get the impression that we're just going to say, hey, we're going to work every single Saturday, right? So this is communication with the city. And if there's a point in time that we wanted to work on a Saturday, for whatever reason, there's different reasons that occur in the streets that we may find applicable. We have other detailed plans too, but it's a variety of reasons. We'd be talking with the city on all those circumstances. If we wanted to work a couple evenings in a downtown area for whatever reason, traffic flow, to get something done before a snowstorm, we would be working those details out with the commissioner. If the commissioner decided, no, I don't want you touching the streets on a Saturday before Christmas, we wouldn't be working on a Saturday before Christmas. For instance, we're not going to work on that Saturday before Christmas. If we'd have to convince them it's an emergency, this is why we really need to. So those are all discussions that take place on any project this size. Also, on those door-to-door communications, what you got to understand, I think it's a hard reality, but a lot of folks don't want to discuss their medical conditions, especially with a utility company, right? They don't want to discuss them with the city of Beverly, never mind. They don't want their neighbor to know that they might have a medical condition. So in most of the cases that we find out, it's when we're on the street doing the construction and they're talking to the superintendent, maybe the civil engineer from the city, and they'll discuss something and say, hey, I'm going for dialysis, and I'm going like every other day, and nobody in my neighborhood knows it. Can you make sure I get in and out? And of course we do. Never in a case that we never would work that out. But they don't want folks to know, and we respect that privacy. They don't want the city to know that either.
That's why I said
very delicate how that communication happens.
Should be general and not specific.
Yeah, and that communication happens 9 out of 10 times the week or two that we're on that street, and they talk to the crew itself. They don't even want it to get back to executives at National Grid. And one of the things that no matter what city or town I've worked in, don't let the city know either.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Hussman. So I would like to, noticing the time, and I know we have folks returning for subcommittee, but I do want to return to a few public speakers. We had 2 more folks sign up, and I did want to begin and end this way with the public. So Mr. Neil Levine, 36 Thorndike Street is the first one I have here. And Councilor Rotundo, if you wouldn't mind keeping time for Mr. Levine.
Thank you. Neil Levine, 36 Thorndike, and I'm conscious that not every counselor got to speak on this round, and there's one person waiting. I had a number of points. I just, through you, a question I'd like to pose is, for this project, what considerations are given to the sourcing of labor for local labor supply, women-owned, minority-owned, veteran-owned? I see from the National Grid website, there's a supplier diversity and sustainability program that speaks to this and the relationship between that program and this project.
Thank you, Mr. Levine. Is there anyone from National Grid who would like to respond to Mr. Levine's question at this time, or information we can receive back on that question?
I think the specifics that we'll have to back you up. I think it was part of the hiring.
Oh, will you just be in the microphone, Mr. Wright? Thank you. For the fans on BevCam.
I believe that was part of the hiring of McCourt, but I don't have any specifics on that right now, and happy to get back to you.
Thank you. So it sounds like that could be information that, similar to Councilor Rand's question, we could receive through our city clerk.
Right, and we already received the 3 questions today, so we're working on it, and we can maybe weave it in there.
Thank you very much. All set, Mr. Levine. Thank you. And Alyssa Raymond Reed, 163 Lothrop Street, please.
Thanks.
Thank
you already said it.
I did. I kind of stole your line.
You stole my line.
I'm sorry.
Well, it's nice to be back, although I am probably like all of you wanting to move forward and understand that that needs to happen. And I think it's worth a moment to also reiterate our gratitude for all the time that's being taken by all of you. I want to reiterate my offer personally to meet with any of you who are willing to meet with me and some of my co-community members who are still interested in talking about some of the conditions that we feel need to be put into a new version of an MOA prior to granting any permits. And I just want to acknowledge that everybody that I've been working with wishes that we could just be in a trusting relationship right now with National Grid and just proceed and hammer through. But we are asking for a working group to create accountability to further answer some of the questions that are starting to be raised. And I can hear that the questions that are being raised are moving towards questions that really do need to be memorialized in some way, the answers to them. So I think it's important for all of you not to leave them to assumptions of good intentions or to trust, and to make sure that they really are enforceable by being memorialized in clear language that in some degree can level or at least somewhat right what we consider to be an on-level playing field this whole time. And also to right or somewhat mitigate or somewhat correct the truly flawed process, due process, that I believe we have made a case for these many months that we've been appearing before you, and which I think is not just evident here before this city and this city council in this particular line, but is evident for a lot of the projects that National Grid does across the state and the region. And I say that having in my day job worked very well with National Grid in positive ways on some clean energy projects as well. But I do think in this particular case, the work that needs to be done now is to take the time to work collaboratively on strong language that we believe is enforceable and will mitigate some of the potential damages and some of the potential uncertainties that the city and the residents of the city are asked to bear to promote this clean energy project. I think the residents are the first to acknowledge that we all do want clean energy, and I think to continue to sort of raise that flag up is inappropriate, because again, no one is saying we don't want to have electrification or clean energy, but we don't want all of the risk to fall on residents or on the environment. So I'm just going to end. I think, I don't know if there's music that I get to end my time, but I just want to reiterate what my neighbor Tim Averill started with, which is a request to move to working committee to discuss language for strong conditions that would create true accountability, so that it's not just left to hearing the answers here today and what should happen, what hopes would happen, how a particular incident might be addressed, but to actually have that in writing so that it's enforceable and we can look later and say, what comes next if we have a problem or if there's damages. One thing that didn't get mentioned is that a number of us wrote a long list of draft ideas that are more layman's language about areas of concern, and I believe that that was sent to some city officials as well as to the council president. I know I sent it to my city councilor. I hope that that is a starting point for the discussion. I know there's outside counsel that's also working on legal theories that are applicable here, and I think the residents would like to be at least included or some transparency for us to be part of those conversations or to assist in sharing what we think are the most important priorities for these conditions that we hope the council will require before opening the streets. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I'll just confirm with you that it would be okay for me to share your letter with our city clerk to disseminate to all councilors. Thank you. And you did get a little music. It was just a little quiet from Councilor Rotundo, but I didn't want you to feel you did not get a song. So thank you. I am going to, as promised, I'd like to pause this here. I know we have folks who are coming back for 9 o'clock matters before subcommittees. I do want to say again, thank you to everyone who's been part of this process, is part of this process. Particularly though, thank you to residents of the city of Beverly who have been coming. The rest of us all have a reason why we are sort of required to be here, although we want to be here, but from National Grid to the City Council, for residents, I know this is time that you're taking out of your evenings, multiple evenings, to be here or to be watching on BevCam and following this. So I know I say this every time we have public hearings, but your voice, your presence really does matter. It's important, and one of the things I think is best about municipal government is having people participate. What we're going to do next is refer this matter to a special meeting of the City Council, the full City Council, next Monday, 5/23 at 6 p.m. I mentioned at the beginning of this session that this is the conclusion of the sort of public comment phase, but there will be no further comment except by request of the City Council, direct request of the City Council. The purpose of this meeting will be for conversation with our outside counsel, as well as continued deliberation by the council. And I do want to also just, for clarity, especially people watching, people may have been joining us, although that won't have public comment the way we've seen at these meetings thus far. All of these meetings that are posted are public meetings, and that does mean members of the public or anyone else who's here with us can certainly attend. I just wanted to clarify, just because it doesn't have public comment does not mean it's not open for public attendance. So thank you. Thank you very much. I would entertain a motion for a 2-minute recess, please.
So moved.
Second. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you very much. Take a 2-minute recess and return. Brendan. Welcome back. Yay. Welcome back, local government fans. Here we are. First of all, I just want to say thank you. I feel like we moved through the first portion of that meeting, got our regular routine business all referred to committee, and that puts us in great position now as we come out of our public hearings. And I know that was a lot of public hearings. Thank you, everybody, for your work. Thanks to members of the public for being here. That brings us to the time when I would entertain a motion to take a break for some committee work.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0. So we will take a break for some committee work. We'll keep legal affairs here, please, on BevCam. We'll have public services in the committee room and finance and property in the hallway.
On the bench.
On the bench. You're on the bench. Who's on?
That's location out.
You're good? Okay. Okay, call to order Legal Affairs Committee. And let's see, let's take up first order number 130, the review of the Class 2 motor vehicle license of Alba Auto at 449 Cabot Street. And I believe we have, is it Officer Abramson? I don't want to get your title wrong. Officer Abramson is here to sort of talk about, just inform us on sort of the process of reviewing this license, and then also the owners of Alba Auto. And I apologize, I don't have your name in front of me as well.
My name is Ismail.
So we can, two things, I want to definitely hear from you, and I also want to hear from Officer Abramson. So would you like to go first? Sir, you could, sure, come on up to the podium. Yeah.
I had a question as well, if you don't mind.
Yeah, come on up.
If he needs any
You
help
have-
with any translations, is it all right if I help him? I'm his
Yeah,
son.
yep, hop on up. You guys can come to the podium together and just help us understand what's going on with this review.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Thank you. And if you could say your name and address for the record, please. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Ismail, last name Sherda. There's my business in 1449 Cabot Street, Beverly. So I have a license for used car dealership, and I try to do my best to keep the place clean, and talk nice with people, to do my business in the proper way. So, and one night my friend just passed by, and he told me the police and the old lot. And I talked to him. I said, "Can you come back to see what's going on?" And he come back, and he said, "You can talk to the police." I asked the police, "Why you here? Any problem?" He said, "You sold the Dodge Durango to somebody." And I told him, "I didn't do that. I didn't sold any car. What are you talking about?" He said, "No, you did." I said, "Can I come over to explain? I'm not the owner of the Dodge Durango. The owner of the Dodge Durango is the owner of the property." And he found, after that, they found the plate, one plate after one my car. behind my car. So that car I bought in auction, and the plate was there. I didn't pay attention, and because many things going on. And another plate they found inside another car. So even by the law, I'm not responsible. Responsible to dispose the plates is owner who canceled the plate. So many car in auction, in every dealership you can find some car, the cancellation. So, and tomorrow they asked me to open the office. I didn't have the key. Tomorrow morning they go to my office before me, took another plate, so, which I don't mind about that. So, and that's it. So, to my opinion, I didn't break any law. I didn't do anything wrong. And after that, I come to the city, ask for the police report, and they say we don't have it. I went to the police, I got the police report, was nothing about my name, just for the one plate. And I talked to the police. I said, he said, oh, you know what, you steal money. I said, how can I steal money? I sell cars. No, you put $20 gas, you get, I said, you can't guess. I have nothing to do with other business. I just sell car. So to my opinion, they don't know what they're talking about. And like I told you, I try to do my thing best. I have the photo for the business. It's been way better than before. I try my best to keep it clean. That's it. I think I didn't do anything wrong. I just try to make a living with this.
Okay, thank you for.
And if I may add as well, it looks
Sure,
like
just also your name and address for the record, please, and you can.
my
Yeah,
apologies.
please.
Davi Sherda, and I live at 144 Shore Drive, Peabody, Massachusetts. Just reiterating what he said, that he's the landlord. He doesn't do business with Cabot Fuels. He is his own separate entity. He has no business relationship with them whatsoever, which it looks like in the police report. It was claimed that there's some kind of business relationship. It's strictly a landlord-tenant relationship. And as far as that, it looked like, I looked at the RMV and it looked like it is the responsibility of the person who cancels the registration to get rid of those plates. My father would have had no problem getting rid of those plates for them. Like I said, they were confiscated beforehand and we would have turned them over anyways. But yeah, like I said, I don't think any laws have been broken like he restated. And we make sure to do our best to follow everything, you know. My father doesn't have a single record on him, not even a speeding ticket, so, you know, I just wanted to let everybody know that as well.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you.
It certainly seems like for me, a complicated process. The number of times that I've had to, that I've only bought one car in my life, so, you know what I mean? The whole process of how to change your plates and do that is, to me, complicated, so I can't imagine trying to operate a business and knowing all of the rules would seem like a lot. I think I'd like to go to Officer Abramson. If you can sort of help me as a layperson understand the process and sort of the things that can be tweaked about the process that you've observed that need to be changed.
Okay. I'm Officer Abrahamson with the Beverly Police Department. I have been a police officer for 22 years. I have never been before the City Council to discuss an issue with any business operating in the city. However, during the course of my duties, I came across an individual that was operating a vehicle with an attached plate. What that is that means when you run the registration plate, it comes back to a person's name, person's address, type of vehicle. This particular plate came back to a gentleman, and it came back to a Honda Odyssey van. It was attached to a Dodge Durango. The gentleman had made the purchase, or was making the purchase, from either Alba Auto or Cabot Fuels. There's absolutely some type of business arrangement. And as Mr. Scherter said to you today, I'm pretty sure that a business owner that applies for a motor vehicle license in a city or town and is operating a business would know the name of the person he's renting property from, as well as several other things like motor vehicle law, registration requirements to operate a business. So this particular first individual that we came across said, oh, I got this from Jamal at Cabot Fuels. He said, come by in a couple days and pick up the title. That the car would be good to drive for a couple weeks. Well, that's not how it works. To be an automobile dealer and to allow people to test drive vehicles, they have to have a dealer plate, right? So there's a process for that Mr. Scherter has begun. He has begun that process with the Registry of Motor Vehicles. I know that because I inquired with them to make sure that he had begun the process. What did take place is an unknowing customer was allowed to drive a vehicle on the public ways of the city that was criminally attaching a license plate of another person and vehicle to a vehicle that they got at either Alba Auto or from somebody named Jamal or Jimmy at 449 Cabot Street, Cabot Fuels. There may be two operations going on down there selling vehicles. As Mr. Scherter told me himself, the vehicles to the right of the building are his vehicles, and the vehicles for sale to the left of the building are maybe Jimmy's, maybe Jamal's, maybe Jamal Al-Anaza, who operates another gas station in Danvers and could possibly be the owner of Cabot Fuels. So when this unsuspecting citizen was allowed to drive off the lot with the plate, had they got in any type of motor vehicle stop interaction with the police, they could have been charged criminally, which means they would have gone to court, they could have had a criminal record. What could have happened to this citizen is they could have been issued a criminal citation, they could have been charged with unregistered, uninsured, and criminally attaching plates to conceal the identity of the motor vehicle. But because they were believable in their story, when they were generally surprised at, well, I thought this was okay, they told me this, I didn't know, I looked into that further. So that prompted me to go to Cabot Fuels, where you have the copy of the reports, you have the photographs. So all of those plates were attached to vehicles that they should not have been on. They didn't belong to those vehicles. They were either revoked, canceled, expired, and whatnot. And Mr. Scherter came down the initial night, and I told him I wanted the other registration plate that was inside of the building. And at that time, he claimed that he didn't have access to the building, that was essentially not his area of the property that he could get into.
I'm going to pause you for 1
Sure.
second and call to order Committee of the Whole. Thank you.
Yep. So Mr. Scherter at that time was advised that he is not to put any other plates on any other vehicles for the purposes of test drives, and I don't believe that he has. I haven't seen any of those vehicles on the lot move since. I seized all the plates that I could at the time and went back the next day because there was one more plate to be secured that was inside the locked building. I went back the next morning and I spoke to Mr. Orlando Ortiz, who claims to be the manager, maybe of Cabot Fuels, I don't know. He claimed to be the mechanic manager. He was less than helpful. He was operating the gas pump side inside the office building, and he claimed that that area on this morning was Mr. Schurter's space. So I asked him again, I told him I wanted all of the license plates that belong to other vehicles, because the law allows police to enter onto private property to secure license plates from the registry. He was less than helpful. Now keep in mind, he said he was the mechanic and also the manager. I took the plate that I had seen the night before, I stepped outside and I walked over into the 2 open garage bays, and I see yet another plate that I had just asked for from Mr. Ortiz. So I said to him, because it was inconceivable that you would be the manager of this small property and the mechanic, and that a license plate that a police officer had just asked you for was literally right next to the toolbox. So I don't want to smear a small business. There have been no criminal charges here. However, in my small experience of dealing with them, everybody's pointing the finger. I don't know who owns this. I don't know who owns that. This isn't my business. That's his business. What's his name? I don't know his name. What's your boss's name? I don't know my boss's name. These are all inconceivable things to me, because I have known since I started working at 14 years of age who my boss was everywhere I worked. And for this type of activity going on in the city, I think it's worth a look. And I think it should be on the radar of the council.
Okay, thank you for that account. I'm curious, and I'm going to call on Assistant Solicitor Ms. Oldmixon as well to sort of help us through this, but I'm curious to know if you feel like there's a process underway to get things tightened up, and how long you think that would take.
For me?
Yes, please.
So Mr. Schurter there are 2 processes essentially, and I only learned about this because of this. So I am by no means an expert. So Mr. Schurter, as a businessman, applied with the city and did what he had to do to get a license to operate a car dealership with the city. I don't even know what that process is. So because he had applied for a dealer plate license, suggests that he's trying to do the right thing, right, down the road. But in the meantime, there were possibly vehicles leaving that lot that were unregistered, uninsured, other than the one that we actually found. So there's a process from the registry that involves a state police inspection of the premises, which is part of the application for a dealer plate. So regardless of what happens here, if a state trooper comes out to perform the inspection for Mr. Schurter's business and he does not pass it, he's likely to not get that dealer plate at that time until he conforms. So that's all I know of the process. The process is in motion for Mr. Schurter to get that done. When the actual trooper shows up at the business to conduct the inspection is on their schedule. And I don't even know if Mr. Schurter is aware of when that will be. It says on the application here, or the requirements rather, it takes about 4 to 10 weeks.
Okay. Thank you for answering that question. I'm going to go quickly to questions from committee members. Councilor Rotundo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would it be, in your opinion, if this license is, so obviously what you're saying is he is doing the work to get there, time constraints maybe on the state police, obviously 4 to 10 weeks. If we were to grant this provisional license, so to speak, and I don't know, and I think we'd have to ask Ms. Oldmixon about this, put sort of like a 6-month probation or a year probation, whatever would be recommended. Would that be something that would allow you to continually monitor the situation, making sure that the process is going? I mean, what concerns me is what you said is you've got possibly 3 businesses on that one location, and no clear definition. And obviously, this gentleman is trying to make, Albert Auto is trying to do the right thing. Cabot Fuel is doing his thing, and it's just, unfortunately, you're in the situation where you don't have any real clear.
Yeah, so, Counselor, we have a situation here where there is statements from car owners. We have, Mr. Schurter has a white Jeep for sale on his lot that the mechanic, Mr. Ortiz, worked on, that had a canceled plate on it. And when I spoke to that owner, she sold that car to a gas station in Danvers. So there is absolutely a relationship with these parties that they claim to not know each other when you ask them. And when you deal with I don't know, I believe it's a separate business, but we also have, which is not this issue, but we have people that are having money stolen from them at the gas pumps through credit card transactions. There are 2 documented incidents of that within the past couple months. So that casts a shadow over Mr. Schurter if he's trying to operate a legitimate business at that very site. So there is absolutely a relationship that we will continue to monitor and take reports, hopefully never again, of the gas issue, and hopefully never again because of this on the motor vehicle issue as they try to move forward. But we can absolutely monitor it.
Thank you.
So, just, Ms. Old Mixon, is this something that we could do as a condition on the license to be granted, is to grant that?
So just to remind the council where this stands, Mr. Schurter does currently have a license, and it's before you with respect to the police report and what was found. So it wouldn't be a provisional license of granting him a provisional license because he has one. Originally, I was thinking of what you had just mentioned, Councilor Rotundo, about something along the lines of a probation. I noticed in the ordinance it says you can suspend or annul. It doesn't mention anything about a probation. So I do think it would be something where you could request that he come into compliance with the terms of his license by having all of the plates match. And if that's a matter, and then a matter of having the officers follow up with him. And if he is, I don't know if you have any input on when the state police might be coming out. If you've heard anything from them, but that could be something that would give you the time frame also for that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Sweeney, do you have any questions?
I think Ms. Old Mixon just answered my question about what our next steps would look like here. And that would be, following up with the question about the time frame of a police investigation, what any vote we would take potentially would need to be conditioned as far as timeline and operational capacity between now and a full investigation to bring the business into compliance if that's not the case currently. So I would just, I guess, ask for more information on that. And I don't know if anybody has that, but what the inspection timeline would be, what specifically the business would need to be doing to bring their operations into compliance, and then what would be recommending, the department be recommending to us as far as any restrictions in the interim.
Right, and just to be clear too, as I alluded to it at the beginning, you do have through the ordinance, the ability to just suspend the license. I was kind of reading the room and that didn't seem like maybe, but that is something that's on the table. And then you could do what I had mentioned, is just kind of set a tight timeline for the licensee to come back in, and maybe also clarify exactly what the business area is, because that seems to be a little bit of the confusion. And I believe that at the time of applying for the license, there was kind of a map, for lack of a better word, about what area was one side of the business and what area was the other side, so maybe get some confirmation with that. And so it could just be a continuation, essentially, of this for 4 to 6 weeks for further information. and give him an opportunity to get all the license plates, which seems to be the biggest concern, is just making sure that the license plate matches the car.
So just to clarify, that would mean that Alba Auto could continue to operate, though, correct?
Yes.
So,
if you would go that route.
okay. Mr. Sherda, do you have a sense of the time frame that it will take to get your dealer's license plates? And you can, to answer, just come up to the podium again, please. Thank you.
State Police.
These are 4 to 10 weeks.
No, 4 to 6 weeks, I
4
believe.
4 to 10 weeks.
And I'm glad you've started that process. Have you heard anything about when your
No.
visit will be? Okay.
But I had another thing,
Okay.
if you don't mind. I have a record book here. So in my record book, you can check, and I'm responsible for that. So I have only one car, find the plate, attached to my vehicle, only one. So the Jeep belongs to the owner. He said, can I leave my car here because I don't have space the other side? And what can I say to the owner? No? Must say no, but, the car has no plate. It was in my side, but has no plate, nothing. The owner just asked me, can I leave this car? I have nothing to do with this owner. My business totally separate from him. I have nothing to do with him. I just pay rent, so I don't have to deal with him because I pay him every month. So in my record book, I have it here, is only one car. I can explain to him, I can show it to you, and I have old picture how I run the business. And I think I did everything very, very correctly.
So it's,
If you want, I can bring you the picture, you can see it.
thank you so much, Mr. Sherda.
You're welcome. Thank
so
you.
it sounds to me like there are some things that need to be corrected regardless of whose car that is or not, right? The dealer plate needs to be put in place, and you're clearly taking steps to do that. So I think there are some corrections that need to be made, and there's clearly some other businesses operating on the same property, which is causing some confusion. Given Ms. Oldmixon's guidance, it sounds like we can proceed, or at least assistance with wording. It sounds like we can proceed in a way, I mean, as this body prefers, but we have the choice to either suspend the license or proceed in a way that requires check-ins to make sure that this is getting sorted out. And I would, yes, go ahead, Councilor
Thank you,
Sweeney.
Madam Chair. I would be curious if there's a recommendation formally from the police department as to how the department recommends that we proceed on this matter.
Thank you, Councilor Sweeney. Officer Abrahamson.
So
Yep.
I'm only a patrolman. I will tell you that when I called the registry to inquire on his dealer plate status, I was directed by them to let them know what the results of this meeting were. So if the council were to suspend his dealer license, then he will not get a dealer plate. He would have to reapply, and they would probably look at him with a magnifying glass for any reapplication for the dealer plate process. So that would hurt his business. It would be better that he do the right thing rather than suspend the license for him to operate.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll say to that, I think that's certainly a reasonable path forward. The last thing I would want to do would be to hurt a business that otherwise an issue could be corrected and we could all, move past it here. So that's my 2 cents on this.
Thank you. Councilor Rotundo?
I am in that pathway as well. I mean, the suspension is not really the consideration I want to go to, but I do want an oversight over it. Like I said, the other concern is just the lack of the clarification on the businesses of what exists there, because there was other issues with Cabot Fuel is what you're saying, which would put a black mark on his business, in essence, even though they're separate properties, but could be perceived as one.
Yes.
Okay, so I would accept a motion to require a 4-week check-in from Mr. Shurda, and hopefully with communication from Officer Abrahamson to follow up on the status of the dealer plate licensing and other sort of, reports on the property ownership and various businesses. That was not the most succinct motion, but.
So moved.
Second.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. So we'll follow up with you, Mr. Shurda, through the clerk's office, and thank you, Officer Abramson, for being here and for sharing your account with us. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Okay, order number 140, please. An appointment for William Cosmos from 32 Washington Street to the Zoning Board of Appeals. Questions from the committee?
I have none. Obviously, I think we've all had experience with him through the campaign season. He is an attorney, so I think his resume speaks for himself. I think he'll be a good addition to the ZBA.
Yeah, just echo the comments of Councilor Rotundo. Get the chance to meet Will and get to know him through the campaign season. And then also I want to thank Ms. Kent and the mayor's office for gathering his resume. I know that was a point that Councilor Houseman had made at a previous meeting, and I certainly appreciate the effort to, whether or not we as councilors have interacted with the person before or not, see the resumes of all new applicants to boards and committees. And
Great.
as Councilor Rotundo mentioned, he's certainly qualified for this position.
Thank you. Okay, I would accept a motion to approve order number 140.
So moved.
Second.
Those in favor? Aye. Motion passes 3-0. I'd like to take up now, hold on. Okay, order number 147. This is an amendment to an ordinance to include a handicap parking space at 11 Lothrop Street. Any questions or comments from the committee? I can't do that one, can I? Okay, just kidding. That's a ordinance change. We read it tonight. We'll be reviewing that a different night. That's why it's not on my list. Order number 148. And that is a renewal application for an ice cream vendor permit for Anwar Kataba from 4 Woodland Court, Lawrence, Massachusetts. Questions or comments from the committee?
None from me.
Okay, I would accept a motion to approve order number 148.
So moved.
Second.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Okay. Order number 149, an application for a Class 2 motor license vehicle ownership change for Autodyne at 810, I'm sorry, the address is kind of missing, 810 Railroad Ave. There it is. I should know that. Any questions or comments? Are you here from Autodyne? You are. And you've been here all night with us, so would you like to go to the podium, please, and introduce yourself and just be thankful that you weren't having the problem that the last auto place had?
My name is Lucas Brito. I'm the new owner of Autodyne. They were there for 47 years, so the previous owners retired. So I'm taking over, and that's it. So I'm applying for a new license. So.
Okay, welcome to Railroad Ave.
Thank you.
Any questions from committee members?
I do not have any.
No? Okay, yeah, I think Autodyne was established in the 60s or something, right?
Exactly, so.
Okay, yeah. Well, that's nice that, are you gonna keep the same name, or are you changing it?
The same name. So I have the same business in Peabody. I was there for 12 years. So I'm just expanding the business pretty much, so 2
Okay.
places. Yeah.
Excellent, welcome to Beverly.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you for being here tonight.
Anytime.
Okay, so I would accept a motion to adopt order number 149, please.
So moved.
Second.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, order number 150, an application for a hawkers and peddlers license for Nancy Dominguez Sweet Bar LLC at 1311 Broughton Drive. Questions from the committee?
Yes?
I have one general question, Madam Chair. You may know this, or maybe a question for Ms. Oldenektion. Generally about hawkers and peddlers license, just for my own understanding. Essentially, this license allows businesses to sell goods at different locations throughout the city, depending on whether there's like an event. Is that a correct understanding of what this license actually is?
If that sounds right.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's, yeah, I see Ms. Kent nodding her head.
There
Okay.
does not have to be an event, though. They
Okay.
they can go anywhere. This is a license to basically sell their wares in Beverly.
Okay.
And, you know, we don't have any exclusions as far as I know. So, yeah.
All right. I appreciate the
Question.
input.
Yeah, good question. Any other questions?
None from me.
Okay, I would accept a motion to approve order number 150.
So moved.
Second.
Those in favor? Aye. Motion passes. Okay. Order number 151, another application for a hawkers and peddlers license for George Sampson of 66 Essex Street. Any questions or comments from the committee? I would accept a motion to approve order number 151.
So moved.
Second.
Those in favor? Aye. Motion passes. Okay, order number 152, a renewal for a 2022 petroleum storage resolution for God Realty, is it God or G-O-D? I don't know, Realty Trust, 174 Rantoul Street. I don't know. Okay, did I just give away my, like, questioning faith, I guess? Okay. Turning red. Any questions from the committee, other than,
If it's
you know,
good
about
for God, it's good for us.
No, okay. I would accept a motion to approve order number 152.
So moved.
Second.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion passes, 3-0. Okay. Order number 153, a renewal application for a fortune teller's license for Sophia Andrianopoulos at 11 Sunset Drive. Any questions from the committee? Okay, I would accept a motion to approve order number 153.
So moved.
Second.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 3-0. I think that's it for me, for us, for the Legal Affairs Committees. So I would accept a motion to adjourn Committee of the Whole.
So moved.
Second.
Those in favor? Aye. And a motion to adjourn Legal Affairs Committee.
So moved.
Second.
Those in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned. All right. Thank you very much, everyone. Thanks for that good work during the committee break. And so that brings us back for reports from committees, Ms. Kent. Order number 135, the Committee on Finance and Property and Committee of the Whole, to whom referred the matter regarding a $70,040 grant from Mass DOT for the removal and replacement of fencing at Beverly Airport, have considered said matter and beg leave to follows. Recommend the council approve the request. Thank you very much. Questions or comments? The question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and adoption of the order. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0.
Order number 136, the Committee on Finance and Property, to whom refer the matter regarding a $14,480 grant from Mass DOT for completion of a noise analyst model and report at Beverly Airport, have considered said matter and beg leave to follows. Recommend the council approve the request.
Questions or comments? Question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and the adoption of the order. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0.
Order number 75, the Committee on Legal Affairs, to whom refer the matter regarding the Charter Review Committee final report, have considered said matter and beg leave to follows. Recommend the council approve with recommendation amendments.
Thank you. And this one is a little bit unusual from our normal pattern. We received, although Marilyn Contreras from the Collins Center couldn't be here with us tonight, I did receive from her a recommendation that their best practice recommendation is for, even though Legal Affairs is reporting this out with amendments, for us not to then take it up for a final vote until the Collins Center and our solicitors team can give us the final product of what the charter will look like with all of the votes from Legal Affairs. So that will likely be at our June 6th meeting based on Ms. Contreras' best estimate. So what I'd like to do is we'll report this out of Legal Affairs and keep it before the whole council, and it will appear as unfinished business from prior meeting. Is that agreeable to everyone? Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Kent.
Order number 79, the Committee on Legal Affairs, to whom refer the matter regarding process for local approval of home rule petition to amend the city's 1995 home rule charter, have considered said matter and beg leave to follow, receive, and place on file.
Thank you very much. Questions or comments on this one? Discussion comes on the acceptance of the proposal and adoption of the order. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Thank you. 9-0, we'll receive that and keep it on file.
Order number 130, the Committee on Legal Affairs, to whom referred the matter regarding the Class 2 motor vehicle license to Alba Auto, 449 Cabot Street, have considered said matter and beg leave to follows.
Want me to?
Yeah,
Please, Councilor Wren, to restate this.
So we approved a motion to have Alba Auto check in with us in 4 weeks to update us on the status of his dealership licensing and also, yeah.
So do we want to hold this in committee or go past?
I think we can have it, out here, and I would do the same thing with it as the charter. We'll keep it before the whole council as unfinished business. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Order number 140, the Committee on Legal Affairs, to whom refer the matter regarding an appointment for William Cosmas of 32 Washington Street to the Zoning Board of Appeals, have considered said matter and beg leave to follows. Recommend the council approve the appointment.
Questions or comments on this one? Question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and adoption of the order. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0, and thank you, Mr. Cosmas, if you're watching.
Order number 147, the Committee on Legal Affairs, to whom refer the matter regarding amendment. Never mind. Order number 148, the Committee on Legal Affairs, to whom refer the matter regarding a renewal application for an ice cream vendor permit for Aguar Catabath at 4 Woodland Court in Lawrence, has considered said matter and beg leave to follow. Recommend that approve the request.
Questions or comments? Question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and adoption of the order. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0.
Order number 149, the Committee on Legal Affairs, to whom refer the matter and an application for Class 2 motor vehicle license ownership change from Autodyne at 810 Railroad Avenue, have considered said matter and beg leave to follows. Recommend the license be granted.
Questions or comments? The question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and adoption of the order. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0, and thank you very much to that business owner for staying with us all evening.
Order number 150, the Committee on Legal Affairs, to whom refer the matter regarding an application for a hawkers and peddlers license for Nancy Dominguez at Sweet Bar LLC on Broughton Drive. Recommend the license be granted.
Questions or comments? Question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and adoption of the order. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0.
Order number 151, the Committee on Legal Affairs, to whom refer the matter regarding an application for hawkers and peddlers license for George Sampson at 66 Essex Street, have considered said matter and beg leave to report as follows. Recommend the license be granted.
Questions or comments? The question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and adoption of the order. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0.
Order number 152, the Committee on Legal Affairs, to whom refer the matter regarding renewal for 2022 petroleum storage registration for GOD Realty Trust, 174 Rantoul Street, have considered said matter. Beg leave to follow. Recommend the license be granted.
Questions or comments beyond Councillor Rand's large question about the universe? The question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and adoption of the order. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0.
I don't know if I'm right or you're right. I'm just. Order number 153, the Committee on Legal Affairs, to whom refer the matter regarding a renewal application for fortune teller's license for Sophia Andronopoulos, 11 Sunset Drive, have considered said matter and beg leave to follow. Recommend the license be granted.
Questions or comments? Question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and adoption of the order. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0. This is the place to insert the requisite joke that she already knew that.
Yes. Or Mr. Guanci usually says.
Yes. Congratulations, Sophie.
Order number 33, the Committee on Public Services, to whom refer the matter regarding a request to consider holding a public service forum to address flooding in Ward 1 and Ward 3, have considered said matter and beg leave to follow. Receive and place on file.
Questions or comments? Question comes on the acceptance of proposal and adoption of the order. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you. Motion carries 9-0, so we'll receive that, place it on file, and look forward to continued conversation with Mr. Barber on June 6th.
Order number 37, the Committee on Public Service, to whom refer the matter regarding a request to consider holding a public service forum to discuss the variance site at 150 Sawyer Road, have considered said matter and beg leave to report as follows. Receive and place on file.
Questions or comments? Oh, Councilor Bowen.
Well, I wonder if we might want to explain some of the other ways that may come back around, just so other members of the council are aware.
Yeah, so what I'll do is, because I'm dealing is on a quarterly basis to come back with an update of where we're at and what's happening with that. So that's what we talked about, just to continue to keep everything moving forward. And that goes.
Thank you very much, Councilor Crowley, and I know that's obviously in your ward, so thank you for the work that you've been doing, and thanks for being willing to come back and give us updates. The question comes on the acceptance of proposal and adoption of the order. All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0, and we'll receive and place that on file.
Order number 62A, the Committee on Public Services, to whom refer the matter regarding a letter from Councilor Houseman regarding National Grid transmission cable project, have considered said matter and beg leave to follow, receive and place on file.
Questions or comments? Question comes on the acceptance of proposal and adoption of the order. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0. We'll receive and place that on file.
Order number 62, the Committee on Public, this is a joint committee on Public Services, Finance and Property. Public Services have considered said matter and beg leave to follow regarding National Grid Cable and Transmission Project to receive and place on file. It's not the 65, it's a letter.
A letter. Okay, thank you. Questions or comments? Councilor Huston.
Just a matter of clarification, because I don't have it in front of me. This is the letter. Could you elaborate on the letter?
It was written on February 16th by you, and it's regarding the filing of the various documents concerning National Grid, and you sent it to both committees, I believe.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
I'll set Councilor Huston. Thank you. The question comes on the acceptance of proposal and adoption of the order. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, sorry, I wasn't sure. We will receive and place that on file. Motion carries 9-0. Thank you.
Order number 64, the Committee on Finance, Property, and Public Service Committee of the Whole. The Public Service has considered matter and beg leave to report as follows, to receive it and place it on file. And this was a letter from, similar, about National Grid from Councilor Houseman that was written, it doesn't have a date on it. It was stamped on February 17th.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Question comes on the acceptance of proposal and adoption of the order. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0 to receive and place that on file.
Order number 133, the Committee on Public Services, to whom refer the matter regarding petition to construct a line of underground electric conduits, Park Mark Cabot Street, Plan 303-90943, have considered said matter. Recommend the application be granted.
Thank you, and this is one of the public hearings that we heard tonight. Are there questions or comments on this one? The question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and adoption of the order. All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0.
Order number 134, the Committee on Public Service, to whom referred the matter regarding a petition to construct a line of underground electric conduits, marked Bayberry Street, Plan 211-95878, have considered said matter and beg leave to report as follows. Recommend the council approve the request.
Thank you. This was the other of the two sort of routine hearings that we had tonight. There are questions or comments on this one? Question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and adoption of the order. All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0.
That's all I got.
Oh, all right. Seems like we're nearing somebody's time for an over. I don't know if someone needs to say something or not say something. Are there any announcements or closing thoughts from councilors? Councilor Houseman.
Yeah, I just, for everyone's benefit, just want to give a brief update regarding the budget. The handout that I gave already is pretty close to final. There are two changes that have been made. I've yet to hear from one department head, but I think that'll work out. We can move that department head around if we need to. So the dates are fixed with the two exceptions. One is, and there'll be a handout that'll be, or probably distributed through the clerk's office once we have this finalized. We are going to move in the second week of June. The hearing that is presently scheduled for Wednesday, the 8th, we'll move that to Tuesday, the 7th. That's when we hear from Mr. Collins, and we think from the mayor. Still checking on that. The mayor may show up on some other evening to talk about the executive office. So that's one change. And the other change is at the suggestion of Mr. Perry, which I concur heartily with, is to add a tentative date of June 29th, just as sort of a catch-all extra date that we may not need to use, but it gives us some breathing space in case there's a wrinkle that develops over the course of June, because we absolutely 100% have to have a passed balanced budget by June 30th, or the city will be in some financial chaos. So we're just building in an extra date on the 29th, which we probably and hopefully will not use, but we're booking that date just in case. So with those changes, those will show up on the final schedule, which hopefully will go out tomorrow, but if not tomorrow, I expect in the day, in the next couple of days. Any questions for anyone on that? Okay.
Thank you very much, Councilor Houseman. Councilor St. Hilaire.
I was just going to mention the racial equity audit that we all received from the administration. I thought that was long awaited and a lot of really good info in there. I was just going to request that perhaps we schedule a time with the mayor to come in. I'd love to hear his perspective on next steps and just what was contained in that document.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councilor St. Hilaire. I did hear from the mayor a little bit on that, and if this would be agreeable to the council, his suggestion was that he would both meet with us and also arrange for us to meet with the consultants who did that work, although they are in California, so that part will be hybrid, and that we do that perhaps at our first September meeting, so we really all can come in with fresh minds and creativity and ready to really dig into that work that's before us. So I think that's a great suggestion, Councilor St. Hilaire.
Thank you.
Anyone else? So I will just restate, not because I'm trying to put my finger on the scale of whoever's going for an over-under, but we do have a bunch of meetings, as has been our practice, despite our meeting to talk about meetings before a meeting. This is just a busy season, and so just for members of the public who may be watching as much as for us, I think it's helpful to just restate. Next Monday, the 23rd at 6 p.m., that's when we will take up the National Grid Reliability Project that we've been having the hearing on since March. As I mentioned, the purpose of that largely will be for us to, as a council, be able to talk with our outside counsel and begin to do some deliberation about where we might be inclined to move on that. Then on June 6th at 6 p.m., we will have the second half of the presentation and conversation with City Engineer Eric Barber on stormwater management. Councilor Bowen made an excellent suggestion that it would be, if it's possible, for us to be able to view the video and share with the public so that more of that can be dedicated to conversation. That would work, and so I think we'll follow up on that because I think there are many questions I'm sure that didn't get answered or asked. And then at 7 p.m. our regular meeting will pick up at that time. And then I just wanted to mention, sort of tied in, I think, in many ways with both the race equity audit and Mr. Levine's comments to us at the start of our meeting. On the 27th, which is our final regular meeting before the summer recess at 6 o'clock p.m., we will have Abby Battis from Historic Beverly here to present to us about her research and the work she's been doing. It was noted in the Salem News article that Mr. Levine referenced, but I think the purpose of that would be not just for us as counselors to really learn more from Ms. Battis, but also members of the public. It will be a public meeting and important way to have more public conversation. All these things I think are interwoven, that race equity audit, the Harvard University report on slavery, and the work going on at Historic Beverly and in our own community. And then at 7 p.m. that day, that will be our final regular meeting before the summer break. Anybody have anything else? All right, with that, I would entertain, Councilor Houseman.
Yeah, do you have anything on in the future that might cause us to have any special meetings during the summer recess? Anything in on your radar that have outstanding issues? Just for the new counselors, periodically in the summer, we've had occasion, something's come up from the mayor's office in which we've had to have special meetings during the course of the summer recess. So doesn't always happen.
I think the mayor usually calls, I would say because can I speak?
Yes,
sorry.
Yes,
because our meeting got changed from September 6th to September 12th, my guess would be that things will come up between that time. I think we talked about it and we're hoping at least have July off, but things come up, and if it's got to do with money or grants or like you said, it comes up. So my guess would be probably, right? With what?
But nothing in particular.
But nothing.
At this point, there's nothing that's known on our radar.
Nope, nothing on the radar.
But the way this year is going, who could say? Who could say?
Good radar.
I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. We're adjourned. Good work, everyone. Thank you very much, Kim at BevCam.